Good morning and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of Day 2 from the Summerset Nationals, broadcasting live from the Burnside Bowling Club. Today we are covering section play of the women's pairs, and we're going to get to see Carol Dorr and Carolyn Boone of the Burnside Bowling Club take on Marilyn Constantine and Mary Campbell from the Tauranga Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid, but your commentary today is going to be provided by the expert team of Mark Noble and Dave Edwards. Mark and Dave, you've both had a look at the teams. You know them a little bit. What do you think we can expect to see today? Who's your pick to win?
I'll let Mark go first.
I'm picking. I think I'll go with Mary Campbell. It's won the national pairs a couple of times with one of New Zealand's greats and Sharon Sims. So I'm favouring Mary to go.
Can't argue with that, to be fair. Yes, you're right. Mary and Sharon, they actually won it 3 times. They won it 3 times in 4 years, in fact, 2006, 2007, and then had a year off. And then 2009, they won it for the 3rd time. And Mary, recognised as a very, very good lead, always been an outstanding lead, played for New Zealand a number of years ago in that role. So yes, I think I probably tend to agree with you, Mark. On paper, it should be the Tauranga couple that should win this. But remember, Carol and Carolyn have got home advantage here, playing on their own greens at Burnside. Got to be an advantage for them.
You're correct there, Dave, and I'm not sure how they got on the last game, but they did get 2 wins yesterday, so we'll endeavour to find out how they got on this morning.
We see Mary on the back end there. Pretty good delivery. As this looks like it's going to have to land on something, but didn't, so just a little bit quick. Still finding the speed of the green, obviously. First end, always going to be the case. Takes a while to pick up the speed and the lines on the green, so obviously first couple of ends you can allow players to give them a bit of latitude to spray them a little bit.
Yeah, I think, Dave, they're feeling out as well which hand is the best hand. So we might see change of hands and all sorts during the game if we're not finding one side of the rink.
Carol Dorr has immediately gone to the forehand. The leads both played their backhands. But Carol's decided to have a look on the forehand, and obviously that one's got pretty good speed, but not nailed the line yet by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, that might be close to being out. The good news is we should have no problems with the bowls colours here. We should be able to easily identify which team is which. Obviously,
great bowl coming in.
Marilyn with the white bowls and Mary with those bright blue bowls. So we're going to have, it's going to be very easy for us as viewers to differentiate between the two teams. Yes, couple down there. Marilyn was before her first bowl, but yeah, very, very good first bowl means that she's cut it down to either one down. It's a measure for shot, basically.
Yeah, it looks like one to the red disc bowl, and that's the other good thing we've got. We've got the red discs and the blue discs, and that'll make it a little easy for us too, Dave, in case we forget.
It really seals the deal, doesn't it?
Not a bad track again here.
Yeah, I think Mary indicated that they were one down, definitely with that red disc bowl just to the left of the jack there. So beautiful line again from Marilyn, just needed another couple of feet of weight.
This is a bit closer too, Dave. This is heading the right way.
Yes, it's a great bowl. Very, very good. That's the shot itself. They've got two, line two there now. And Carol, after spraying her first couple, she absolutely nailed it with her third one. Lovely speed here, but just going to hang out a little bit wide. So two it is on the first end to the Burnside pair of Carol Dorr and Carolyn Boone.
So I can actually tell you that both these teams lost their game this morning. So that means on Mary's team sitting on 3 wins and Carol's team sitting on 2 wins out of 4. So a must-win game for the Burnside team.
Yeah, it's getting to that stage of 2 wins. Yes, it is now. They basically, this is the 5th game in the competition. You've got to win 4 out of the 6 qualifying games to make it through to post section. So we always used to say once you're in this situation, you're in post section already. You've got to win every game from here on in. So Carol and Carolyn desperately need to win this one, whereas Marilyn and Mary have still got another chance up the spout if they happen to drop this one. We see the jack having to be re-delivered. Carolyn throwing it out with her first attempt. Okay, so interesting to note Carolyn playing backhand round the clock. Her first end she played 3 bowls on the backhand, and she's playing backhand once again here. Sometimes you see players that do favour a hand and they'll stick to it, and when you're leading, I guess it's not such a bad thing. You've got nothing in the way really, so you can play round the clock like this if you wish to. However, the textbook tells us that we should really try and play up and down the same side of the rink, which it looks like what Mary is going to be doing.
Mary is doing, yes. Yes, Mary's definitely playing the same side of the rink.
And now we see Carolyn switching to the forehand, so she may have heard us there, Mark. I guess she felt that maybe Mary's bowl was in the way there on that backhand draw. It's not really, but that might have been what made her change her hand. But
yeah, that's an interesting option, Dave, and a lot of people do change their hand, sometimes for no real reason. Like if you're already 1 down, you might as well carry on down that hand.
Absolutely, 100% agree. If you run into it, it's already shot anyhow, and the chances of you running into it are pretty slim too. You know, it's amazing the number of times that you will quite comfortably clear a bowl that you think is in the way. Very, very good bowl here from Carolyn. Just a foot short, but it'll be shot.
Not too bad here either, maybe just a little bit wide. Weight's very good.
Absolutely. So yes, the format, you know, 3 bowls for the lead and then 3 bowls for the skips. It's the most popular format of the pairs game here in New Zealand. There are other variations to the theme, and in fact, I think this is probably the format that I favour the most. However, the other format that is gaining in popularity, and in fact, Bowls New Zealand, obviously for the national mixed pairs event, it's 2-4-2 pairs. So, and that's a very, very popular, and I think it's an excellent format of the game as well. gets you to rotate through the positions. 1 minute you're leading, next minute you're skipping when you play the 2-4-2 format. Whereas in this, the 3-3 format, obviously you get specialists. You get specialist leads and specialist skips who are used to playing in those positions and do become quite proficient, especially the leading role. As we see.
The leading role is really important. If you can dominate off the front of the game, you normally win most of these games.
Absolutely. I think there's an old saying, Mark, that pairs is won by the leads, and so basically the leads decide the result of the game, the skips decide by how many. I think is one of the famous sayings that go around as far as this format of the game is concerned.
A nice bowl just came in there, just landing off a bowl and trailing Jack a little. Even though Marilyn, she was sort of in the area, and if you're in the area with a little bit of weight, you can get some luck at times.
Yeah, well, it was Mary's bowl that she used out there on the wing as well. That one that we think might have forced Carolyn to change her hands for the leads, but yeah, Marilyn used it brilliantly and is now holding one. Very, very good shot, hard to get at.
And also, Marilyn's got the trail here for 3 or 4 if she was a little bit narrow, Dave.
Had the speed, probably a bit too much speed even for the trail, but yep, you're right. It was a very good option.
And what I mean by trailing the Jack is, as you can see, the yellow Jack, if we were to move it backwards towards the blue bowls, that would make 4 shots. This is a nice cover bowl, though.
That eliminates the trail option to a certain extent now. Should be just trying to draw another shot here.
A little bit wide again, I think. Or pacey, either way.
Yeah, pretty good line, just
lines,
a bit quick.
Yeah.
They're on the board. Okay, so Mary Campbell, obviously, and this is not being disrespectful to anyone in any way, shape or form, but we all age a bit, and sore backs and hips and things come into play, of course, and I noticed Mary's delivery not quite as proficient as it used to be, but I suspect, as I was saying, that it's just the wear and tear on the body that leads to Mary not quite getting down as low as she used to with the delivery, so the bowl's just bouncing out of the hand a little bit, but still, apart from that, mechanically, it's a very sweet delivery that Mary's always had.
Well, not quite always, Dave, because if I remember rightly, she used to
deliver it like
same
you.
Leg as me.
Yes.
Yeah. Off the wrong leg, as
right.
everyone keeps telling me.
That was when Mary was going through some real health issues with hips. And yes, she couldn't step with the correct leg, and so she delivered it the Mark Noble way, off the wrong leg.
Well, I can call it I've just copied Mary, so...
But obviously you've come extremely proficient as it with your disability and not enabling you to use what we say is the correct foot. It's but you've really nailed it with the other foot, that's for sure. Taking you to some fantastic heights in the sport, no two ways about that.
Yes, I've been fortunate enough to be in the New Zealand squad, and it's not a matter of, I'm forced to play off that leg. I can't actually step out on the other leg. So you've got to do what you've got to do with all your deliveries, and whether we can't get them away as sweet as we used to. So
absolutely. I mean, obviously, having been a coach, I always take particular notice of people's deliveries, but one of the things that when I start coaching someone for the first time, I always ask, have you got any disabilities, or not necessarily disabilities, but any, as we see a very, very good bowl here from Mary Campbell, anything that restricts your move, any crook backs, hips, knees, that can perhaps inhibit your delivery. And that's the first question I ask anyone that I start coaching for the first time, just to take that into consideration. Very, very
nice
good
bowl.
reply here.
Yeah, nice bowl.
Very good reply. Just gonna, yes, it sits on Mary's bowl, and I think that'll be the shot. So great last bowl there from Carolyn Boone.
Yeah, that is the one thing about coaching, is just finding out the players you're dealing with, whether they do have problems.
I think, as a coach, you did right. That's the one thing that I do take into consideration. The other thing that's interesting, I get asked a lot about when you see a technical flaw in somebody's delivery. Obviously you've got to go in there and fix it. Well, I don't necessarily profess to that theory, because what I always do, if someone says to me, I notice so-and-so's doing something and it's, they shouldn't be doing that, they're flicking their arm, something, whatever it is, the first question I ask them is it affecting their performance? Is it making them a bad player? Is it making them lose their line all the time, or are they always heavy? So in other words, if you have noticed a little technical flaw, that's fine, but is it really affecting their performance? If it's not, why bother going there? If they're still playing well and it's not causing a continual problem, leave it as it is.
Yeah, I think you're dead right.
On the other side of the coin, if you see something in a delivery that's forcing someone to continuously do the same thing wrong, then obviously it needs attention and you step in and try and help them. But pretty good line again, just not quite getting that weight right yet, Marilyn.
Yeah, the good news is most of the bowls here are actually towards the centre line, so most of them are finding the line quite well, which is one thing that we should be able to do, but sometimes it's not as easy as you think.
No, you're right, it's not as easy as you think, but of the two, because this game's pretty simple, there's only two things you've got to worry about. You've got to send it down the right line at the right speed. And if you talk to most people, obviously the one thing that they'll say, which is the easiest of those two to get right, and most of them, or 99.9% of people will say, yeah, look, the line is the easier part of the two combinations you have to get right. So as we see, another pretty good effort, just overcorrected there, two short ones, and then just added too much weight with their third bowl. So a bonus bowl opportunity here for Carol.
Yeah, good news, Dave, is all the bowls are in virtually the right green line, and that makes a huge difference in the game. And the only danger here is hitting the short one in. Looks like one to the Burnside team.
One to the Burnside pair, so we're a 3-1 lead for the Burnside.
Right, I'm just gonna, I'll butt in and interrupt your conversation, guys. Great commentary, by the way. I've been enjoying listening to it, but just from a Bowls New Zealand perspective, if anyone out there is thinking, gee, how can I find the results for all of the events and all of the players instead of just this one game, the answer to that question is Bowlsub Aotearoa, and you get on there by, you could either Google that, or you could go to the Bowls New Zealand website or the Bowls New Zealand social media channels, and we've got all the results links through there. The way it works, if you've ever wondered, is that the charts are taken at the individual clubs, of which we have 18 host clubs, and they are sent through to headquarters, and the games are staggered through. So sometimes Joe Bloggs might have finished a game and sitting around for an hour wondering why your result isn't up. It's because they're sent through in bulk round by round. So they're all there on Bowl Sub Aotearoa. As you guys said, Marilyn Constantine and Mary Campbell 3 out of 4. And the Burnside pair 2 out of 4. So an important game for both of these pairs. And that's enough talking for me. I'll throw it back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. So here, Dave, we've got T to T. So the mat's right back, and the jack is as far down the rink as we can place it. And good track here from Mary if she's got the speed this time. Might still be a fraction under it. No, brilliantly done here by Mary.
Very, very good bowl. Awesome leads bowl. I think that'll force, Carolyn, I think, will have to switch her hand now. Her short bowls, interesting to note that she decided to throw the long jack, but then has struggled to get there, so...
Yeah, T to T. A lot of players like that. A lot of players like going T to T, Dave, because it can be the length that a lot of people don't practice.
Yeah, another one of the tips that I used to give players when coaching them as far as practice is concerned is we see Mary pull up short as well, but that's counted. She's got 3 shots there at the moment. Admittedly, only one of them's close, but one of the other tips that I used to give people for coaching when you're practicing, practice the extremes. So practice the dot to dot, the full length, and practice the minimum, and that tends to... the middle distances tend to come a little bit easier during the games as well. So don't neglect your middle distance practices, but tend to practice more the extremes, and then it's not so foreign for you when you strike them in the match situations.
Yeah, I think when you watch people go out and practice, they just chuck a mat down and the jack in the same spot and then just go back and forth, and not practicing as a purpose is certainly not a good way for practicing. Nice sort of bowl coming in here.
Should be able to get the second shot with that, so gives her something to work with now. She knows the feel of that bowl. Admittedly, she finished a little bit wide, but still within the range of finding the correct line. So just that'll give her a good guide for her, see if she can make a good correction with her next bowl. Marilyn struggling to reach this longer length end as well now.
And this is, Dave, where all the short bowls start coming into play and it starts to get harder to get close to the jack.
Looks to be on a pretty good line again here. Might be just a bit quick. Yep. Far too quick, in fact. Going to go sailing all the way into the ditch. The section of the women's pairs, they had a little day out, and I suppose you'd call it the country, not quite the country. They played at Wood End yesterday. That's another one of the beauties of the Nationals, isn't it, Mark? You get to see some beautiful clubs, some great greens, get out of the city centre and get to see, I remember playing in the Nationals a couple of times in Christchurch, and you get to go way inland sometimes, Methven and places like that, and out to Oxford, and my word, the morning teas and lunches are outstanding at those little country clubs, Mark.
Yeah, I love going to the Taranaki Open because you always end out at those country clubs and places like Okato, and it's just magical getting out there, and the greens are all really good too.
Carol Dorr a little bit unlucky with that bowl just then, just went between the shot bowl and the jack. Only had to touch either one of them and then she'd have got some sort of result, but so a little bit unlucky as we see Marilyn just wanting to have a look at the head here, having a look at exactly where her bowls got to come. They're actually looking at playing a shot.
Yeah, taking out that one bowl was worth about 5 shots.
Yes. We see that
I know
bowl
they're looking at the backhand. They're looking at the backhand, but I might be tempted to play the forehand for the bowl, where you can actually see the whole bowl on the forehand.
True.
I know you might push it in for one down, but the chance for 6, I don't think we'll be tuning down that option. Looks a lot harder on the backhand definitely to get round the front bowls.
I guess the beauty of the backhand option, I agree, I probably agree with you, Mark. I'd probably play it on the forehand too, but the beauty of the backhand option is they've got all their own bowls to promote as well. If she's a bit wide, she could promote one of their own bowls, but it looks like she's pretty close here.
She's trying.
She's going to run into her own.
That'll make 2 though, I think.
Yes, could have very well rolled in for 2. But yes, they were definitely hunting that second shot. It would have been worth quite a number as we see 2 rolled out. And that's all it is. 2 to the Mary Campbell, Marilyn Constantine pair from Tauranga. So the game's all square up now.
Yeah, I think that bowl would have been 6 if it had been landed out and stayed there.
So it was definitely worth the option early in the game. There was no real danger of giving anything away. So it was definitely worth hunting it. Just a little bit unlucky. She was just a bowl tight and ran into her own short one, but still managed to wiggle up for a bonus shot out of it anyhow.
And here we go. We've got Mary bringing the mat up again, but she's lost the jack. So all the balls will be kicked back, and I think we'll be back to another long end, I think. I could be wrong.
Let's see where Carolyn throws this one. If she goes, I've got an interesting comment to make about this too. Now, Mary marched the mat way up the rink and was going to try and play a short end. Carolyn Boone had just thrown a very, very long dot-to-dot length, and the Tauranga team scored on it. And so, and Carolyn also struggled to reach the end. So my thinking here is, why didn't Mary perhaps throw another dot-to-dot length? They've just scored on one. They had a chance to get a 5 or a 6, but then she decides to play a little short one. It's quite funny. Sometimes we don't want to play the opposition's length, but the number of times I see teams throw a long end and drop a number, and the opposition will shorten the length up next end. Well, why not throw another long one? You've just picked up a number against them. It's just another thing to throw into the mix when you're thinking about these sorts of.
Oh, I think you're correct there, Dave. I think that's part of the skip's job too, is working out what lengths are going good for us. And if we're winning all the long ends, we should be playing them ourselves. That's a nice bowl here.
Excellent opening bowl from Carolyn Boone there. What a great shot that is. We didn't quite get the jack back as long as what it was the last end. It's still a fairly lengthy end we're playing, as we see very good weight here from Mary, but that's probably her first time down that hand, so she can be excused for not nailing a line with the first time down that hand.
And not bad again here, actually. If she's got the weight, this is going to be good again. And she has. This is brilliant. Outstanding.
Great bowl. Outstanding leading there. And it's interesting to note, you can see that her first bowl went round Mary's short one and the second one came underneath it. Neither time did she run. She's drawn two beautiful shots. It's Mary playing on that forehand again. Hopefully she's made the adjustment with her line, and looks like she has. This is going to be pretty handy too.
Nice speed again.
Oh, just hung out a little bit wide. Thought that would have come home a bit more than that. So Carol Dorr just asking Carolyn here to perhaps make sure you're round the back with this one. And that is definitely the way to be going here. The head looks very, very juicy for a weighted shot. And so you need to get the cover round the back in case the jack goes back, and Carolyn has done that very, very well.
Yeah, sometimes there, Dave, I might be tempted just to try and draw a foot through that and just change it up a fraction. If we were to draw a foot through, we could just touch the jack round the corner and make the head really good. We didn't need to be probably a full couple of yards past, if that makes sense.
Yep, hearing it quite often where it's something the Australians do exceptionally well, even though they're holding shots, they tend not to worry about changing the, because you did right, as I said, the head looks very pretty for a weighted shot. There's quite a wide target there for Marilyn to be attacking. I don't think she's attacking with this first one. It looks like she's just going to be drawing, but they're very, very pretty to attack. And so if we is holding the head like that, and she is actually playing with a little bit of weight, although she might be, no, she's not playing with the weight for that line. But yeah, and so if we can change it ourselves, and you're right now, Carol needs to perhaps do exactly what you said, try and flop one of those bowls over and take the wider target away, or just touch the jack round the corner, just to stop the head from looking so pretty for the opposition to attack. Sometimes we're a bit tentative and we're too scared. Well, we're holding two good shots. Yes, you are, but it just looks so pretty for the opposition to have a bit of a go at it. And I think Mary's stepping in here and saying, look, I think you need to be...
Come here. Watch my way. Just drawing up to it. We're only two down, so we've got third. Yep.
Just drawing up to it, Mary's saying. I probably would have been looking for a little bit more speed than that. Perhaps a good metre or two to play through it, land on either one of the bowls, grab the jack.
Not far away here. Played it very well, I think, Dave. This is a monster.
What a great ball. Well done.
Very, very good bowl. And what do I know? What do I know? She basically drew the shot. Great bowl.
I think it's swap hands here anyway, Dave, and sit your own bowl down onto the jack. Yeah, this is the right call.
Yep. Yep, she can, there's a few options there. Sit her own bowl onto the jack. If she's a little bit tight, she can get to the edge of the white bowl and fall onto the jack herself. So there is some good options down there on the forehand.
And they've got all the back ones if the jack gets further back.
Just a little bit underdone on line.
Clearly, Dave, we don't know who's got shots, so looks pretty close from where our angles are.
I don't think they know who's got shot either. They're having a very, very good look at it. Mary using the fingers to try and judge exactly who has got the shot here, but...
Yeah, I see Mary put a finger up then. So,
okay.
And so Mary's trying to cover here because the back bowls are not theirs. So if the jack was to go back, Mary and that could be three down. Mary and Marilyn could be 3 or 4 down with no back ones.
So Mary showing her experience, reading the head well, looking to get some cover around the back. And that's pretty good effort too. That's a pretty good home. good instructions from Carolyn Boone as well. We've just got to arrive to touch our bowl there, roll it in for shot, touch the jack, and could make two out of it. Hello, we've got some traffic on the other rink, obviously, that has caught Carol's attention. She's just waiting for the rink next door to get their bowl underway.
And Dave, interesting there, I don't actually get back off the mat and then reapproach it. I know that if I'm on there and that happens, I actually walk back off the mat and come back and restart my delivery again, rather than just stand there.
Absolutely, 100%. You're dead right, Mark. That restart your whole pre-shot routine all over again. And
now we've got the ability nowadays with our technology to have replays, and I thought it would be a good time to watch that bowl of Marilyn Constantine where she absolutely nutted it on the forehand. So let's check that out. Look at this.
2 down. Absolute brilliant bowl. And now we've got the umpires out there to decide who has got the shot.
So the umpire will probably get a couple of chocks out here.
Yes.
A couple of chocks on the bowls because they're all leaning. So she will chock all 3 bowls, I think. Just to prove me wrong.
I don't know whether that third bowl's in the measure, so they have left it there, but I don't believe that that's in the measure at all. It could be, but not the blazing sun in Christchurch today like it was yesterday by the looks of things, and a few long sleeve jumpers on, so perhaps a little bit cooler down there today.
That was interesting. Measured the opposition's bowls, both pulled one out, so
I think she was taking it out because I don't think it was a measure, Mark.
Okay.
Let's see what they... So one to that fantastic bowler. Deserved to get the shot. She played an absolute rip snorter of a bowl with it and deserved to get the shot. So one more to the Tauranga pair, and they hit the front for the first time in the match, leading 4-3 after 5 of the 18 ends. And we've got a 3-hour time limit. I don't think we'll get to the 3-hour time limit. I think these ladies will finish their 18 ends quite comfortably within that time frame. Now, what length is Mary going to throw here?
And Mary hasn't dragged the mat right up either, which is interesting.
No.
The mat's a
She hasn't.
fair way back.
Yep. And thrown a full length in, so the mat's up.
I think Mary was listening to you, Dave.
She might have been too.
Yeah, Mary's. Yeah. Heading the right way.
Mary is definitely sticking with that, playing up and down one side of the rink where she possibly can. Only changes hands if she thinks something's in her way, but definitely what we recommend, that you that way you're playing on the same piece of ground, you're playing on the same speed side of the rink. Sometimes rinks, one side of the rink can be significantly different in speed to the other side, and that's why we recommend leads that you just go up and back on the same side. So backhand in one direction, forehand the other. Get used to the lines, get used to that. Definitely the speed is the big factor. You're playing over the same patch of land. Mary looks to have made a very, very good adjustment with her speed here. Oh no, she was quick, in fact, over-adjusted.
Never bad to be passed though, Dave.
So Carol has now played one bowl on the backhand and has switched straight away to the forehand, and with
And
very,
drawn
very
top.
good effect. Very good bowl. Out on that wide line this time, Mary missed a line, had good line with her first two bowls. Now she's got the speed part right and didn't quite nail the line. That's frustrating with that, because when you finally get the speed 100% right and you've missed the easier part of the equation by missing your line, it can become very frustrating.
Yeah, I've got to say, for me, it's definitely a pet hate. I hate getting the weight right and not having the right line. Because when we think about it in bowls, we don't chuck up 100% of bowls with the right weight. So if we can't get the line right, it certainly hurts us big time.
It sure does. Yeah, the speed part of the equation. I mean, technique allows us to hit our line. Technique and process, having a good pre-shot routine and a good process that you go through to nail your line, is definitely coachable to be able to get the right line every time. But and there are certain drills and little parts of your technique that do assist speed control. But speed control is where your own feel and the skill of the player comes into it. And so we all know that we can get our lines right, and you're dead right. I can totally understand why it's so frustrating for you as a player, Mark, that when you get that speed right and you haven't got your line, it can tear the hair out material.
Yeah, definitely right.
So a good opening bowl from Marilyn Constantine there. Measure for shot it would be now. And a good option from Carol Dorr to come down on the backhand. That bowl of Marilyn's has passed the jack, so she knows that she only had to drop in underneath that and she would have had the shot.
Yeah, maybe another couple of feet of weight and land her own bowl, turn it over once, or land the white bowl just sitting it out.
Definitely a good option there for sure. Let's see whether Marilyn can make it two here or get these.
It's got the weight.
We're not 100% sure.
Yeah, just a little bit short.
Who's got the shot
rub
there at the moment?
Close here, Dave.
Constantine having another real good look at things here. This is a great bowl, this one. Oh, it just pulled up. I thought that it had the running. I'm a bit silly on these early calls. I've made a few fatal early calls already in the game. I thought she was close to drawing the shot there. Well, she was, but I thought she was going to end up with the shot. I thought it was going to run in there nicely.
Absolutely part of a commentator's curse, Dave. Mark, Joe and I experienced that a number of times in yesterday's singles games.
Yeah, the early call.
This is
keep
pretty
your mouth
good.
shut till the bowl stops rolling.
No, this is pretty good. That's one a measure now.
Very good call here from Carolyn Boone. Just looking to... She's got some good options there now of two of her own bowls just in front of the jack. Land on those with just a foot or two of weight. Has she cleared the front one? No, she's not going to.
Not quite. So I think it might be
now,
two.
Is it one or two?
I was favouring two, but clearly our camera angles makes it a little bit tricky for us. The magical measure will give us info.
Having to go back again, it's obviously pretty close.
Here we're going to
the
have the
umpire's
umpire
been
out.
called again. Yes, just going back to the conversation earlier on about how the Wood End club was used by this section yesterday, and all the clubs around Canterbury being used, and every national event there's always lots and lots of clubs are using it, and you've got to give big kudos to the greenkeepers. I mean, they have to prepare these greens in readiness, have them as pristine as they possibly can, but then they don't get much of a chance to do maintenance on them and during the event, because they're being used almost every day, especially when you get the headquarters situation like Burnside here. So they get a lot of traffic, and the greenkeepers have still got to do their work after the day's play finishes, and then be up at the proverbial dawn and the next morning to get all the work done in preparation for the commencement of play for another day on their green. So can't speak highly enough of the amount of work that the greenkeepers and their band of merry helpers do put into events like the Nationals and other major events that we have around the country. It's just an incredible amount of work they do.
Absolutely, and Jamie Ferris gets up, like you say, early.
Yep.
And has done a fantastic job already at this Nationals. We're on day 2. We're resting a couple of rinks on this particular green because yesterday was extremely warm, so they've been rested and well looked after. All 3 greens here at Burnside have played well for about 60 years, which is as long as the club's been going for, and we look forward to the next 7 days.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. I think the other thing is, if they're out having to roll them every day, there's 20, 30 minutes on each green, and if we're using 3 greens like here at Burnside, Jamie's probably up at 5 o'clock at the green, having to do all the work to get them ready for an 8:30 start.
We see Mary's finally been able to throw the jack length that she wants. She's got that mat well up the green, and the jack on the 2 metre mark, but it's as a shorter length end. And well, look, I can see why she wanted to play this length now. Have a look at this opening bowl. Very, very good. Yeah, the Burnside club have always had immaculate greens, and they've been very, very lucky with the quality of the greenkeepers they've got. They've Ken Preble, and then Glenn Miller. The late Ken Preble, he was a fantastic greenkeeper, and Glenn Miller is recognised as one of the best in the country as well. And Glenn actually up in the greenkeeper at the Stoke Club in Nelson now. But Burnside have always been lucky that they've had fantastic greenkeepers, and so therefore for a number of years been recognised as one of the best green clubs with the best greens in the country, that's for sure.
Yeah, I can never remember going down to Christchurch and playing at Burnside and it's not been good. Every time I've been there, it's been superb.
The challenge being that leaves very little room for excuses, Mark, because the conditions are lovely.
I'm sure we can still find them when we're out there.
True.
Now, believe it or not, I do remember a player using the greens were too good for me. I'm used to rubbish greens, and so yes, I do. I can't remember the guy's name, but I still remember that.
Oh, I love it.
My club's greens. We've been struggling for the last couple. We've been struggling for the last couple of years. My club's greens have been pretty awful, and these are too good for me.
I'll remember that
Very,
next
very
time
good
I'm out
bowl
and
there.
struggling. The greens are too good.
The greens are too good. So 2 very, very handy bowls from Mary Campbell, but she's actually, I think, 1 down, and could even be 2 down after this bowl stops rolling.
2 after this, is it? Yeah,
It
pretty
could
good.
very well be.
There's an irony there, isn't there? Because Mary spent a while trying to throw the jack successfully to this length, has achieved that, and has now been, crosses over a 1.5 down on the head.
You're right. You're dead right. It's
a fickle sport
one
sometimes.
As we had that good discussion about it earlier on. You've got your length that you want to get to, and then you finally get there, but all of a sudden, the opposition are good at this length too, so.
Nice track here. Oh, half a bowl under, I think. Mighty good effort.
Pretty good head here. Handy bowls all around without having an absoluter, without having one sort of sitting right on top of it. We've got some very good handy bowls that both skips can look to use to get a desired result. Both skips can play to this head with confidence. That's probably the big thing about the bowls being handy like they are.
Chance again for the green line if it's got the weight. Under by a fraction again.
Now, it's a bit trickier now for Carol Dorr because both sides of the head now are sort of protected by the opposition bowls. So she's opted to switch to the backhand after Marilyn stuck her second bowl sort of in the draw line on the forehand, but Mary Campbell's also got that short bowl on the backhand, so it's not quite as nice a head for Carol to draw to now as what it was earlier.
Played it pretty close to Will though, Dave. Only a foot short here.
Run out of gas. Just going to run out of gas.
Counted.
Yep. So Mary saying that they're still 2 down, but now a very, very good option for Marilyn Constantine. Switching hands, she's got her own bowls out there, just needs to tap one of them or drop underneath one of them to get the shot, but she's just missing her line here again.
Might get a rub. Oh, not quite. And I think Mary just commented didn't have the weight.
Yep.
This won't be far away off counting, Dave, if it's got the weight.
Running into her own team's short bowl there, just falling out. I think Mary mentioned earlier on they were 2 down, so let's see if she does.
The good thing is, if we were playing meat pack here, Dave, we've probably got about 8 or 9 bowls in the yardstick.
Yes.
In the older days, if you had them in the yardstick, playing for a meat pack.
Yep. So 2 it was to the Burnside pair, brings them back into the game, narrows the gap 6-5 after 8 ends.
And our thanks also go to the Aotearoa Gaming Trust. You can see that in the sponsors, whatever you call it, graphic at the bottom left of your screen, the AGT, for their support of this event. It's certainly much appreciated.
So Carolyn's gone back to the longer length again now. Not quite full length, but gone back to that longer length, which she obviously favours, but has dropped this one horribly short. we've talked about it a bit, Mark, but it's strange. Mary finally got the length she wanted and drops a 2. And now Carolyn's gone back to what seems to be her favoured length. We'll watch this end with interest and see who scores.
And Mary's all over it.
Mary's nailed it.
Yeah. So it is interesting that both players are playing to the opposition's strengths at the moment. That's what it looks like.
It does, doesn't it?
I'm pretty sure both teams are unaware that's probably even happening.
It's a great game, isn't it?
You made the comment she's going to get lucky here and land on the shot bowl because she was a bit narrow there, so a little bit of luck involved with getting the shot there. But you made the point earlier on about the skips' role in this. They need to be, it's the sort of thing you need to be just really aware of what's going on with these lengths, and you just need to have that discussion with you. Well, actually, they're scoring on our length. Maybe we need to go to their length. You know, so the skipper has a very important role to play in that. Even though most skips like to leave the length decision to their leads, because the leads are the ones that set the heads up, and as we mentioned earlier on, the leads tend to, in this format of the game, it's always been said that the leads tend to win or have more of an influence over who will win these games. So you do like to, but skips need to step in as well, as you mentioned earlier, Mark.
Yeah, it's just about there's several ways. If you're actually keeping the card, some clever ideas is down one of the columns to put in for the end. Sometimes if I'm skipping, I might mark down when we're playing T to T, and if we're playing 3/4, so I know what lengths we've played for what result. I don't know if anyone else does that, whether it's just me.
No, look, it's something we used to recommend to the New Zealand squad, New Zealand players when they were involved in games, or the coaches that were sitting on the rinks used to be fully aware of that. What lengths are we scoring on? What lengths are the opposition dominating us on? That sort of thing. It's such an important part.
It is something that's always amazed me when you talk to our really successful bowlers. Like if you think about the Peter Bellises, Sharon Sims, Joe as well, Dave, when you ask them in regard to the coding that we do nowadays, I reckon if you ask those players, how do you think you went in your game? Yeah, Peter Bellises, Sharon Sims's, Joe Edwards's, etc., would be able to tell you pretty accurately something that would match up exactly with the coding, because they're so aware of the game. They don't trick themselves. You don't think your world champions don't go, oh, I played that well that game and I was unlucky. They'll go, well, actually, I was missing more bowls on my backhand narrow than I should have, etc., etc. It's always fascinated me, just the perspectives that bowlers have when you ask them how they think they're going.
Yeah, I think, Alex, there, most players think they play better than what they really do. So they just look at the outcomes so much, see what went on within the game. They'll just remember 3 or 4 good bowls, and they won't remember the 10 or 12 bad ones out of the 16 they played.
It's a very valid point that you made, though, Alex, that the top players, the real top players, that you did right. I mean, I remember having the coding machine, going up to a player, a New Zealand player after they've finished, one of the top players, and I said, "How do you think you went?" And you did right. They rattled off almost to a T, almost right on the money as to exactly what the coding had told me, and this particular player in question, first thing he says to me is, before the next game, I need 10 minutes with you on my backhand run shots. And that was exactly what the coding had said. I think he had played, I think it was something like 5 backhand run shots and missed them all narrow. But he knew. And so the coding just backed up his theory already, as we see it. Good attempt there from Maryland. Just a few options to Jack, landing one of those 2 shot bowls there, but just found the hole.
Yeah, I think players do know how good or bad they've played, especially at the highest level. Another reasonably good bowl coming in here as well.
I think the other thing that's a very good bowl, I think that's could be counting as well. Might be 2 or 3 now that. So a big important bowl here from Marilyn. Needs to cut the count down, or it's still got a bit of room to draw the absoluter as well. Let's see how she
I think
goes
I heard
with
Mary
this.
say it was 4 down, I think Mary said.
Yeah,
We're
okay,
4 down.
could very well be.
So we will find out in a second, but Mary was sort of indicating 4 down.
So it looks like this time Carolyn got to throw it to her length and it's worked. Got to play the slightly longer length end and it looks like it's worked for them this time. Yeah, 3.
That's 3. And they've still got the bat. That's 4. Yeah, was.
So the perseverance of playing that long length for Carolyn has finally paid off, and they hit the front big time with the first real big multi of the game. Nine shots to 6 now, and we're at the halfway mark in the game. So now Carolyn will quickly get into her work here and be throwing another one slightly as long as she possibly can, most definitely, after it worked for them that time. Yeah, again,
and it is. It's getting down by the tee.
It is, dot to dot. Just finishing that conversation with regards to how players feel they've played at the completion of a game. I think the real top international, and it's not all players that played internationally, so probably your world-class bowlers, they know how well they've played, but they're also honest about it. Whereas sometimes you can get players, even some at the international level, who know that maybe they haven't had the greatest of games, but they're not 100% honest with themselves about that. So you just got to be honest with yourself as to how you went and what you need to work on for the next game.
You can't correct something that you don't believe exists. It just doesn't work.
Carolyn get round her own. Yes, she has. Another handy bowl. Mary will still have the shot, but that's a very good reply.
It's just similar, I think, for Mary. At a couple of feet and beat the back bowl would be just about perfect.
She's finally mastered this longer length that Carolyn's been throwing.
So, Dave, just a question. Is Joe going to the Nationals in Taranaki? Is she heading off to that?
No. Still playing a fair amount of bowls, as you can imagine, but no, decided not to attend either of the Nationals this year. Not to say that she won't in the future, but yep. So Mary needs another yard on her last bowl. She looks like she's in the area here. Turn her up, her own up and
Very
over,
good.
and then stop handy as well. She's probably made 2 of that.
Yep, 2 shots.
Very, very good bowl. A couple of good bowls on the head, and it's not completely horrible from Carol Dawes' perspective as well. Carolyn's got 1 bowl at the behind the jack, which could definitely have its uses.
2 keen spectators there as well with a cup of tea and a biscuit. Always good to see you at a bowls club. Nice tea here at Burnside as well, I'm happy to report.
I don't like the fact that one of the ladies has got her brolly handy though.
Just for the sun.
No rain around.
It's for the sun.
Okay, fair enough. Happy with that.
Yeah, I was thinking this morning if they moved this back to Auckland with the rain.
That'll be enough of that, thanks Mark.
Full credit to you guys last year, Alex. How the hell you got that national through and got result? It's a credit to the whole Bowls New Zealand organisation getting those nationals completed last year.
We kept waiting to wake up from the nightmare, Dave, but it was just a it was a reality. We got there though, and had some fantastic finals too. The undercover final at Orewa between Selena Goddard and Taylor Bruce, and the final of the national singles, I think, is one of the best singles finals I've ever witnessed, and it was undercover on a carpet.
It was an epic game, that.
Yeah, again, both players probably deserve to win, and unfortunately in bowls we can only ever have one winner, but both players should have held their heads up really high after that game. This is a chance here, I think, Dave. This is a monster.
This is in the area. Very much in the area. What a great bowl. Oh, she might be unlucky there.
Still better than it was.
Absolutely. She was two, possibly 3 down before. Now she's only 1 down. So it was a great bowl. Very, very good bowl.
Very good line again.
This is not bad either.
Well.
If it clears that blue bowl. Oh,
That's
yes,
a great
shot.
shot.
It's drawn another one. What a great shot.
What a bowl!
That is brilliant.
You've got to wait onto that front ball.
All of the players now starting to get used to this dot-to-dot length, and we're seeing some very, very good heads now. The last 2 heads have been pretty good for this length of end.
Yep, so an
Good
attacking
call from
bowl
Carolyn
coming up
Boone.
here.
Yep. Good call from Carolyn. Just looking to arrive to that white bowl. We've got
Chance.
a bowl out,
Big
and she's
chance,
in the
Dave.
area here.
This is close. What a shot. Might still be 2 down, but what a great shot that was.
What an awesome attempt. She's very unlucky not to have got a better result out of that.
And sometimes that happens in bowls, but at least we chucked it down the right line and gave herself every chance to get the shot then.
Marilyn. Pull away. Pull away. Don't mind if you use me. Oh. Great try.
I think that'll be 2, Dave.
Yeah, I think so. Flicked one out. Going to get the measure out, but I think you're right. I think, she's decided just a quick look with the fingers will probably suffice. Yeah, 2 down. Yep.
Yeah, some great bowls played on that end.
Very, very good head of bowls it was, especially for a long length like that. So we've got a real close tight tussle here. I think the lead has changed hands a few times already in the match, and apart from that one end where we had the 4, there's been now 1, 2, 3, 4 twos, and the rest have all been single shots as we see another dot-to-dot length.
No, I think Mary's dragged the mat right up again.
Oh, she has too. Yes,
Dave.
sorry, Mary's. Yes.
Yeah.
Because Mary, they won that length, didn't they? So let's see how she... Now, this will be interesting. She's playing her length. They just scored a good 2, and both her and Marilyn played very well on that dot-to-dot length. Let's see if they can master their length now. Great opening bowl from Mary. That's a perler. One of the other things I like about going to the Nationals as well is, as we see one that Carolyn won't be proud of, the club uniforms you get to see, the different uniforms that clubs come up with, and some of them are outstanding. But it just adds to the colour around the greens for sure, as we see another ripper bowl there from Mary Campbell. She's found her length, the length that she likes, and she's nailed it. Yeah, the colour, the awesome colour around the greens with all the different club coloured shirts on display. It makes it fantastic, as we see another very good attempt here from. What a great bowl! What a brilliant bowl there from Carolyn Boone. That's one of the dangers of playing, or one of the possible outcomes of playing with the mat up and the jack on the 2 metre mark. It gives your opposition an opportunity to do just what Carolyn's done.
It was incredible. Mary would have been thinking, oh, I've nutted 2 right on the jack, feeling pretty good, and then bye-bye. Bye-bye Blackbird, jack in the ditch, and you can see the jack marker there just to the right of your screen.
Yeah, the little.
I think, Alex, that's where I like sometimes I sometimes like to play with the mat back and the jack just over the peg, so that when that happens, you've got a lot of room to get out of it.
Correct. You're dead right. Very good. Something we used to talk about a lot with the New Zealand team as well. At the international level, the danger of playing that short length with the mat, with the jack on the 2 metre mark, is exactly what we've just seen. And if we wanted to play real short length, we did exactly what you said, Mark. Mat back and throw a short jack.
How good's this?
Another very good bowl here from Carolyn Boone. 2 great bowls. Slaps the jack in the ditch and stays handy, and then draws another one a good only 18 inches from the ditch.
Yep, that will be hard to beat. Well, the good news is, Burnside, you'll be able to put one right on the edge. We go to some clubs where you can't get within a metre of the ditch because the bowls all run downhill. So here at Burnside, they'll be able to draw one right to the very lip of the ditch.
Yeah, a very valid point, Mark. Probably not bad for speed, just needs more grass. Very well grassed again, this one here from Carol Dorr. Has she got the legs though? No, she hasn't. She's got the line though, she's nailed the line. She now knows the line to get to, because you have to make that adjustment obviously when the jack gets spat out off of the centre line. You have to make an adjustment with your line taking, and she did that exceptionally well. Just she knows she can trust that line now, just needs a little bit more speed. Very good attempt here from Marilyn Constantine as well. Is it going to stop? Yes, it is. What a great ball.
That was really good.
We can get, we can get all the way to the Burnside. Brilliant. That was outstanding bowl.
Brilliant bowl there from Marilyn Constantine, and you did. And once again, it backed up your comment earlier, Mark, that you can do it here at Burnside. Draw right to the edge of the ditch.
Don't look now if this has got the weight. I think Mary's just saying do it again.
Awesome bowl. I just think that maybe Carol missed an opportunity there. She should have been hunting that bowl. She had 2 good seconds. Should have gone hunting
Yeah, she's
that
got another-
white bowl of Marilyn's to try and push it into the ditch.
She's got another bowl left, Dave. So I think now's the time if we're going to go. This
Yeah.
is pretty good as well. Have a look at this.
Oh,
Oh, just fell
That
in.
was,
I thought she had it
was
perfect.
brilliant. Yeah, maybe even on the other hand, it might be on to actually sit that bowl in the ditch. Hard to tell
Yeah,
from
I
our
think-
camera angle here.
I think her own bowl has got to be in her eye, her own, in trying to hunt that. And this is definitely well undergreened. Yeah. So what an awesome bowl from Marilyn Constantine there. And that ties the game up for us again, 9 apiece. After 11 of innings.
It's looking like yesterday where all the games went to the wire. We look like we've got another one.
Okay, so Mary got that mat up again.
and guys, we're able to, again, the replay, I think it's worthy of replay, so let's check out that bowl of Marilyn Constantine drawing right to the ditch. So there it is. And, oh, that's just absolutely perfect, isn't it? What a lovely shot that was.
Yeah, that's brilliant, Alex. Certainly a shot you should practice. I know I go down the club and put a jack in the ditch and try and draw to the edge of the ditches. It's definitely a shot worthwhile practicing. Nice start here too. It's got beautiful weight with this bowl.
Lovely correction, Mary. Great bowl.
Yeah, good bowl, Mary Campbell there. First bowl she'd have been very disappointed with, but made a very, very good adjustment.
Yeah, and again, another one in there.
So the men's singles continuing today as well. Men's singles qualifying, second day of qualifying for that event around the green. So as Alex mentioned earlier on, check out all the results from the men's singles as well as the women's pairs on the Bowls New Zealand website.
Yeah, it's they're all up. There's some great names, and you look through the two fields, the women's pairs and men's singles. Some very interesting people to follow. And if you want to have a little, what do you call it? Post section will be on the TAB, so I'm trying to say there should be some interesting combinations get through to post section, and well worth a look at. Bowls is one of those sports which is quite easy to become invested in, and everyone thinks they know who the winner is going to be. So you may as well put your money where your mouth is and see what you get back.
A little bit of an international flavour with the men's singles too. I noticed a few Australian-based players coming over to play it, and actually Ryan Bester, the Canadian current world singles champion.
Yeah, he's in
Great
the,
to have him in the field, Alex.
he's in the same section. There's a section of players that has Shannon McElroy and Ryan Bester, so it's the last two world champion singles players sharing a green for the last 2 days. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, probably wouldn't happen in any other sport, I think, Alex.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. And as there'll be players who've played both of them. There'll be no other sport you can find where a club bowler who may have just never won a club title in their lives, gets the opportunity to play the two most recent world champion singles players. Tell me another sport where that would happen. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, that's brilliant, all right.
It's the beauty of our sport for sure. There's no two ways about it. That's awesome.
You didn't let it go.
So it looks like, on this end here, it looks like maybe Mary's bowl might still be the shot. A little touch on the jack here from Carol Dorr would change things dramatically, but she just needs to play a similar bowl to her last one.
Well, one turn on Mary's bowl would make 3 shots as well, Dave. This is pretty close.
Yes.
What a bomb.
Oh, that's a great bowl. Does she touch it? Oh, I don't think she touched it quite enough, but what a great bowl, though. Right on the money. But yeah, if Marilyn doesn't get another handy one here, then Carol definitely has to go looking to get a turn out of Mary's second shot there to make a number.
Two choices.
A real opportunity for her.
2 choices, small touch on the jack, or how about this shot, though? This is close, it's brilliant. What a shot.
Oh.
But big opportunity here to make 4 or 5 onto the bowl just in the front. Not on. I don't think that's the hand to play it.
Well, they haven't seen the little
the other
plant.
hand.
Do you want to talk louder, Mark?
The shot's on the other hand, ladies. The shot's on the other hand.
So this is what you see from the players' end. And they're looking, you're talking about...
Carol's coming down.
Oh, there we go.
Carol's coming down to have a look at it, and hopefully she sees the obvious shot here is down on the backhand, looking to pay with weight to your own bowl that's resting up against Mary Campbell's bowl there.
That bowl there.
That one there. You play weight to that, pop Mary Campbell's bowl off and stay there for 4 or 5.
The bowl at 1 o'clock on the head. It's very close to... like you look at this, the gap between the bowl at 1 o'clock and the shot bowl is... You'd be lucky if it was an inch. You could hit almost any of that bowl that sits at 1 o'clock. Doesn't matter if you don't get it square. And the shot bowl's going to move. Looks extremely inviting.
That's 5 shots too. And if you missed a little bit under, you could get the jack straight in the ditch for a score too. So it looks a lot easier on that hand.
Yeah, she's found it.
Yeah, she's seen it.
She might have seen it now.
Yeah.
She might have seen it at long last. Though coming round, yes, she might.
We just want to see the shot. Hey, it'd be great to see. Be worth a 5, and they've been playing well enough that I've got no doubt in my mind Carol could execute this.
She's still looking at that forehand option, though. That's the one, Carol. Get down there and play that one.
Oh, we've done all we can.
It's a big moment in the game, because if a big moment in the game, if she executes the shot we're begging for her to play, then it gives them a real break at a crucial part of the game, gives them a 4 or 5 shot lead.
Oh, we'll know based on whether she lines up on the backhand or the forehand team.
It's backhand.
Here we go. It's on.
Looking backhand.
We've got it right.
It's on.
We've got it right. Here's the chance for 5. Hold all tickets.
Surely she's close here.
Hold.
Needs it to hold.
Oh, it's just
needs
going
it
to
to
drop
hold.
Underneath.
Oh, beautiful effort.
Perfect weight for it.
I think that was the shot to play. So,
yep.
Even though we've dropped 1, chance for 5, we're in. But that was really good skipping to come down, have a look at all the shots, and then come up with what we believe is the right shot. So I think that's pretty good.
And well weighted too, the weight that Carol played it with her collision bowl, which is the one in her hand, wouldn't have strayed far from the head, so it was guaranteeing a big number if she did connect with the bowl she was aiming for.
And here's an interesting thing, Dave. Mary was clearly listening to us about putting back and having the jack just over the peg. So what happened last
yes, you're
end
right.
can't happen again.
Correct. Now they're having to call the umpire though to see whether it's a legal length.
Hope the umpire's getting paid per call. So
how good are your guys' knowledge of the laws? What's the minimum length that a jack can be up in New Zealand? Anyone? I asked because I've got.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I got no idea.
23.
Was it
23? Alex. Yeah, it's got to be up 23.
Oh, see, I got it wrong. I thought it was 21.
I've just found it in the law
That's
book.
the old days.
It's
the old days.
Law 10.1.3. If anyone wants to know.
In Australia, Dave, they played 21, I think, or it's internationals 21 or something, but New Zealand's 23.
Right.
It's been interesting over the years as our laws have become more standardised, because all the national bodies used to be quite, we had some quite different rules, even before the days of Bowls New Zealand. So we amalgamated in 1997. Before then, the women's national body and the men's national body had some quite quirky and different rules, which I always thought was interesting.
I think one of the funny ones that I remember is the ladies' singles. If they had a draw, they would have to replay the whole game.
Yes.
All the peers, all the forwards.
That was when the ladies' singles used to be played over a certain number of ends.
Ends, yes, you're right.
Whereas men have always been to a number, hasn't it? Yeah.
Yes, I remember watching a final out at Burnside in Wellington. I think between Jean Coulson from Papanui Central. I think she played, it was either Jean or road final. And they drew the first game and then had to replay it all over again.
Oh, dear.
And dare I say, that's quite a few years ago. It's probably even before I started playing. I'm sure there'll be someone out there that actually knows that particular game out at Burnside.
I think I recall Bev Morrell told me a story similar to that as well. She might have had to play two finals or being part of a nationals where that happened.
Mary, look at the line work of Mary on this end. Absolutely nailed it 100%. Looks like she has with this one as well. Not quite got the speed right. Three perfectly lined bowls.
A little rub. And onto the
jack. Little rub.
It's very exciting when it's your bowl, and very disappointing when it's not your bowl, isn't it?
Yeah, we all love them when we get them.
Yep. As I say to people when I'm playing, unfortunately, the laws of the sport say I have to take it. I can't put the bowl back because I got a lucky slide.
Well, the good thing is neither team celebrated the little rub either. So sometimes we get some players out there that start celebrating some rubs and wicks and start jumping up and down, which isn't quite a great etiquette on the green. So
you can do it inwardly.
Yes, correct.
Inside you can be going, yeah, baby, but yes, you definitely don't celebrate those outwardly. Definitely not the done thing.
So the way this game's going, I won't be surprised if we're all square playing the last end.
Looks very much like it, doesn't it? It's been nip and tuck the whole way. Very, very good speed there from Carol.
Swapping hands, this looks like a lot harder shot from where I'm sitting. Trying to get round the front bowls with perfect weight.
I'm not quite
That
sure
looks a
what
tough
she's
shot.
trying to achieve there. Yeah.
Trying to get round the front bowl, the short blue one, and it looks a tough shot.
I think my option would have been to try and draw the shot on the backhand. And if you drew the shot, that would have been a fantastic bowl. But give yourself another second, and then leave yourself. That gives you some options with your last bowl.
Yeah, creating chances, Dave. The last bowl she just played didn't create any extra chances.
No. And she's
Now
only
she's
got
back
one
to the
bowl
other
on the
hand
head,
now.
so she only got one bowl on the head, so she can't do anything with any sort of speed too much here. Otherwise, she's in danger of ripping her own bowl out and dropping a number. So yeah, definitely a second bowl. She should have been looking to draw as close as she could on the backhand to set herself up for a possible shot with her last bowl. But I'm just going to have to concede one or possibly two here if Carol can draw another one.
Yeah, Carol can actually land on the shot bowl and just push the jack back 6 inches, might make 3.
Good point.
Not far away if she's got the weight. So pretty good effort here, Dave. And that will count.
That'll be another shot. So we have another new leader.
Yeah, that was close to landing the shot bowl and just pushing the jack back for 3 too, Dave.
And we'll just to see how perfect a wick can go, we'll just check out that bowl that got that little feather to straighten it up and be perfect from the last bowl of the Burnside lead. So watch this real careful. Just a little feather, which is just enough that it gets the jack square, which is just enough that the jack bounces off the blue bowl, and you pick it back up again, trail it through for 1.
Do you get 2 touches for that?
No. Oh, maybe put chalk on both sides. See what happens. And again, I'll just mention and thank the Aotearoa Gaming Trust, the AGT, for their support of this event. Much appreciated.
So Carolyn has decided to lengthen things out again, which is probably not a silly idea.
Couple of feet there.
Mary Campbell was definitely latching on to those short ends that she was preferring to play. So definitely a good option from Carolyn to stretch things out a little bit.
Nice share from Mary.
Well done.
Number 1.
Carolyn.
Lost a little bit of balance there at the point of delivery, and hence the bowl's not quite gone where she wanted. That might be in the next rink.
I'm just checking.
Good trick again.
Good bowling, Mary.
Very, very good home.
Of course, the other thing about this year's Nationals is it's the inaugural nationals with new trophies for the first time in about 20 years, having a look on the back of the old ones. The men's singles and pairs and women's singles and pairs have all had shields carved for them by a man called Gary Watson with 2 R's in the middle. So he's not the Gary Watson bowler, he's another Gary Watson, but he's done a magnificent job, and we now have shields for the singles and pairs, women's and men's, and the history on the back of the shields goes all the way back to the beginning of the event. So when we had a look at the trophies, they had only been started from when the trophies were purchased. So the women's pairs trophy only went back to 2000. On the back of the shields it goes back to 1952 for the women's pairs, and for the men's singles and pairs we pulled it right back to the 1880s when it started. So everyone who's ever won a national title and the singles and pairs is on the back of those shields, and we're pretty proud of them.
Brilliant. That is brilliant.
Fantastic. Sounds awesome. Well done, guys.
They wouldn't let me take one home though, so and I'm not playing.
Didn't trust you, eh, Alex?
Would look good on my mantelpiece, I think.
Well, I think you'll have to stop commentating and then try and win one naturally.
Nah, not good enough, Mark. Commentating's an easier, much easier.
Very good effort there from Carol Dorr. Not quite sure whether she got the shot, but it wasn't far away. Mary Campbell might still be holding the shot with that blue bowl just to the right of the jack.
Yeah, I'm going with it's 1 to Mary at the moment. This is close if it's got the weight too, Dave. It's heading definitely the right way to the jack. How about this?
That's another counter for sure. That'll be the shot. Carol only needs to beat her own bowl, so probably all she needs is another half a bowl wider with a similar speed, and she's going to be in the area.
I might have been interested to swap hands there, Dave, where I could sit our bowl over or land the last bowl in, but she's not far away anyway, playing what she did.
Just raided through there a little bit. Still 2 down.
Down the same sort of line as the last one, so if the weight's good, this counts.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. 3, I think, now, Dave.
She's played some really good
very well
bowls at
be.
key times, hasn't she, Marilyn? You know, she's had some loose bowls, but then when it's been required, she's played some absolute bombs in this game.
I think this is the right call to swap hands. You've only got to beat the front purple or turn it over and you'll get a shot.
Alex, you're right about Marilyn. She's probably played 2 or 3 real telling bowls, and we'll remember for the duration of the game that one where she drew to the ditch, how important that one was.
Have
You
a
see
look at
that
this,
Carol
guys.
is in the area here. She's in the area,
Have
going
a
to get a
look.
result here.
That was a brilliant shot. Like, had a lot going for her as long as she was in the area and played it well, I think, guys. Now, a chance to
Absolutely
trail
played
Jack
it.
for 4 or 5.
Yes, this is a big important bowl here from Marilyn. If she can achieve this, gets hold of the jack here, she's just a bit too wide, I think. And well, actually, she's overplayed it big time. She was way too heavy, probably, for what she wanted. So the Burnside pair scramble another one there after that good bowl from Carol Dorr. Four ends to go.
The other thing I wanted to say to anyone listening, any bowlers listening, is that we're building, or in the process of building, a pretty comprehensive digital archive of nationals and bowls that was televised in the halcyon days in the 70s and 80s and early 90s when we had some free-to-air television the first time round. If you've got any VHS tapes that are gathering dust somewhere, flick them through or let me know and send them to Bowls New Zealand, or we'll pick them up, because we can turn a VHS tape into a digital version, and we'll give you the digital version, and then we'll upload the rest of it to our YouTube channel, where we're trying to create an archive of some old games. Peter Ballas gave me a fantastic amount of VHS videos. He said you'll only find me winning in those, so that sort of spoiled it. But it's been good to get. So if you've got any VHS tapes lying around, just flick me a message, alex@bowlsnewzealand.co.nz, and we'll see what we can do.
Does that mean PB deleted the ones that he lost when he got home?
Well, I mean, he was good enough that
Oh,
I'd be
they got
surprised
thrown
he didn't
the-
lose many.
They got thrown in the rubbish.
Oh, I'll have to ask him next time I see him.
Well down again.
Mary Campbell played 2 pretty goodies here. Gone through a little bit, but that's good home.
Fair to say, over the last maybe 4 or 5 ends, that Mary has definitely hit her straps and has been winning that Leeds battle. And Carol's had to pull some Houdinis out of the hat to rescue the situation, which he's done. Another very good bowl from Mary Campbell there. Two very good shots, and then, as you said, that position bowl at the back there.
Yeah, nice work.
The Burnside pair playing on their home turf, of course. Not sure that the only thing that your home turf does for you is the familiarity, really. I mean, anyone should be able to play on any green, but it's just the familiar surroundings. You just feel comfortable on your own greens with your own clubhouse, probably some familiar faces around the place. It just makes you feel that little bit more relaxed.
Only time it would be helpful is if your greens were no good, Dave, if you had some sort of
Have a
real
look.
quirky bits of
Have a look
local
at this,
knowledge.
guys.
What a great shot that was.
Well, the other
Yeah,
advantage
fair
of
call,
playing
Alex,
on
yes.
the other advantage of being on our home green is that we might have played on this rink last week as well. So it could be helpful.
My memory's not that good, Mark.
I like that option of Carol's there too. She had, a reasonably wide target area to play with a bit of weight, and she didn't end up with this shot, but she's reduced the count to just the one and given herself a little bit more room now to perhaps try and just dead draw the shot herself, although her reaction there, I don't think she likes this one too much. And with good reason, as we see it a little bit high, wide and handsome. Going to get round her own. Oh, she didn't. Still one to Mary Campbell, still one to the Tauranga pair. I'll be wanting to hang on to that. And reduce the lead. It's only 2 at the moment, but oops, no, Carol's decided she wants to have a look at things here.
I think she's thinking about playing on the forehand down through the gap between the front 2 bowls to sit the shot. She might be looking at that shot.
Sit the shot bowl, yeah. Yeah, could be an option. If she played it with good weight so that she hung around, it would be, she'd give herself 2.
Yeah, that's
an option.
The shots they're actually looking at. Yeah, they're looking at that shot. I mean, I think you can draw a shot too, so there's nothing really in the way not to draw a shot. So I think you could just play the backhand and draw.
Yeah, there's a little bit of danger on that shot on the forehand we were talking about, and that if she did hang it out wide and sort of rolled her own one out, that would bring another one of the opposition bowls into the account. So I think the safest option and the best one here probably is just to try and draw the shot on the backhand.
And that looks like what we're getting. Backhand draw.
Yep.
Looks narrow. Might promote another one for 2 down.
Oh, she needs to. You're right. She just about did, but no, just the one. Chance for Marilyn with the bonus shot. Important bowls, these ones, and we talk about them a lot. The bonus bowl where you got a free shot at drawing another one, and quite often we let these opportunities slip by when, in all honesty, we should really try to nail those. Just unlucky there. She ran through a little bit, well grasped, but just ran through a bit. But definitely that bonus shot is something that we used to talk about a lot internationally too. It's, people say, the last end we needed 3 and we only got 2. But then when you sit down and analyse during the game, there was probably 4 opportunities to draw bonus shots throughout the duration of the game that you missed, so they are such an important bowl.
Yeah, I think if you've got like about 3 foot or a yard or a wave, they're the ones that need to be added. That's when it's a lot harder and you've only got 6 inches. Those ones aren't such a big deal when you miss.
True, you're right, but the other thing, I think, the number of times when there is quite an amount of room to draw another shot, I think we just get on the mat and we relax. We tend to think, we've got the shot, we're all good, safe as houses here. And even though we might try to really go through our process and draw another shot, I think in the back of our mind, subconsciously, we just relax and we miss the opportunity to. We just lack a little bit of that real detailed concentration to draw the bonus shot, and it's another thing that we need to work on. And the only time you can work on it is during games, because you're not in the same situation at practice time to try and draw that bonus shot because there isn't the pressure.
Yeah, you're correct there. I think the other thing about New Zealand, because our greens are so fast, we tend to take a little bit more green when we're holding one. And rather than just trust that we're going to play green line, we tend to just chuck it out that extra 6 inches, and if it doesn't come back, no big deal, I've got one.
Yep.
And you hear a lot of players even say that.
Carolyn, a little bit unfortunate with her first bowl, had pretty good speed, but just a bit narrow, and punched the short bowl of Mary Campbell's up to leave it very, very handy.
Close here, Dave.
Has she got the jack here? She got the jack. Yes, she has. Probably needed to get the jack. She was just going a little bit.
Yeah. But I've never seen anyone trail a jack, Dave, so there is some good news if we're up.
It's the same as golf. 100% of short putts never go in.
Mary's got a rub. Might be in the ditch.
Yep, all good.
Or stayed right on the edge. So 2 ends to go after this. 1 shot the difference. It's really going to be a tight finish. This is nice as well, I think, Dave.
What a great
That's
bowl this
outstanding.
is. Very, very good bowl. She obviously retained the memory of the speed that she had with her second bowl and was able to play that same speed again, but then nailed the line and drew another handy one.
Yep, the hometown team is certainly well and truly in this game.
And remember, of course, they need to be, because if they lose this, they will fail to qualify. They have to win this one and their next one this afternoon in order to qualify. The Tauranga pair have got a chance up their sleeve. They've got another life up their sleeve. If they lose this, they can win their next one and still get through. This is on a good line. This is on a good line. Oh, through the hole.
Just that yard too heavy, I think, but good effort for sure.
Another very,
This is
very
great.
good bowl here from Carol Dorr.
That's 3.
It's a counter. Yeah, it's a counter, and it's also a little bit of a nuisance bowl too. Just in the eye. Just in the eye of Marilyn. So that's why Mary's looking, perhaps you want to change to the forehand now. The good thing they've got in their favour is they've got those 2 back bowls.
I think we're going to see some weight. Yeah, big weight too.
Too.
And this is close. This is close to the jack and the ditch for 3. Got it. What a shot.
Great ball.
Those well-timed
That
bowls.
is the bowl of the game. That is the bowl of the match so far. It supersedes Marilyn's earlier bowl where she drew to the shot to the ditch, because that is very, very hard to cut that down. 3 shots with 2 of them sitting right on the edge of the ditch and the other one in the ditch counting. That's a tremendous bowl, and what a great conversion shot there from Marilyn Constantine. Could very well be the match winner.
Is this going to stay on? Hang on. Right on the edge.
Oh,
my goodness gracious me!
What about this?
That's unbelievable.
We're holding
Oh, and it's just fallen over.
I don't mind if you just play to that bowl.
Oh, that's incredible. What an incredible reply. Still 2 down, but that's incredible.
What an awesome shot. We've seen some bowls on this head.
Very good line.
First of all, the trail by Carolyn Boone, and then she drew another handy one, and then the fantastic
action here
shot.
again.
And here's another one. Oh, she didn't push it in. Wow.
I think it might only be 1. Oh, I don't know. Now they've moved the jack as well, so there's some. Might only be 1 shot now.
We've had people, the
What an
spectators
end
are
of
standing
bowls
up.
we've seen here.
They're standing up in excitement. We saw them have a cup of tea and a biscuit before. Fair enough too. This has been a fantastic 3 bowls.
It may only be 1 down now. In fact, if we're 1 down, I might not even think about wanting to play it in case I tip the other one in for 2.
Oh, yes.
Not an easy shot to get the shot on. The one thing you've got to be careful is not to be heavy and tip your own close one into the ditch.
1 down's
Be
good
3
fishing,
down.
is it not?
That's what I'm thinking. 1
1
down.
down's good fishing.
Yep. Carol's coming up to have a look. So
Yeah, I think if it's 1 down, I think sometimes it's good to just take our medicine and drop the 1. Yeah,
Absolutely.
it looks like one from our angle, but it's hard for us to tell. But I'm thinking one.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that's one. Definitely only the one
If
on the
it's
disc
two,
is counting.
if it's two, then you can play that hand. No big deal.
You'd just drive the chalked bowl, wouldn't you, Mark? That chalked bowl
The
that
front.
you see. I know you. You go, I'll hit that one
Yes.
square and pump it into the ditch for the shot.
I would consider that a shot option, correct?
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't be able to help. That is probably a good shot to play, Alex.
I've seen worse. Yes. There we go. So
I don't think that's a bad. Well, she's not playing that shot, but it's not a bad option because she's less likely to punch her own bowl into the ditch by playing out on that forehand than what she is here on the backhand. We just don't want to see her plopping her own bowl into the ditch and not staying
Here we
there
go.
and dropping a number.
This is close. This is close.
Close.
And now
Now she's knocked the white one. She's edged the white one just a little bit closer. Now that could be in the measure for two now.
Yeah.
Oh, they're
Two.
definitely taking two out already.
Goodness gracious me.
Well, that was a mighty end of bowls. That's outstanding. They're looking at to see if it's three here. That's two, surely only.
Two, yeah.
Two. Let's see what they put on the board.
I heard them say three.
14,
12.
Clearly our camera angles. I think we probably could blame the cameraman. I'm pretty sure I know a guy called Colin that's in charge of that.
Yeah, I think it's Colin's fault as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's who we'll blame.
It's fair call, and that's because he can't defend himself as he doesn't have a microphone.
That's the main reason why, Alex.
What a mighty end of bowls that was, as you guys say. So 14-12 the score now on this, the penultimate end. If they do draw, they will play a further end to decide a winner.
I'm very unlucky to have dropped through on that end.
That is the fifth change of lead we've had in this game as well. It's been seesawing backwards and forwards. So 5 different leaders we've had in this game. So it's been one hell of a game.
And it's good having all these close games, Dave. Does make it more exciting.
Everyone's got the brief right when they said they're on the television rink. They've kept it nice and close for us. More stressful for the players, obviously, but great television.
Pretty good opener from Mary Campbell. Another good.
Good start.
Yep.
Well, last end, guys, I'm not too sure we'll see any better ends today or even during the tournament because that was an outstanding end of bowls.
It sure was. It had everything. There was some amazing stuff there. And obviously, the biggest shot of them all was from Marilyn Constantine when she rammed the jack in the ditch. That was a superb shot. Yeah, good home there from Mary Campbell. Holding shot at the moment, but having one just behind the jack like that is always good to see. Gives the skip a bit of confidence, knowing they've got some cover back there early in the head.
Close again here.
How much running's this one got? Yep, that's another counter. And it might just put, oh no, she's going to stay on that hand. Yep, thought she might have looked to change hands there, but she's nailed the line with her first 2 bowls 100%, so she knows that. Just needs to put another yard of running on. And she's overcorrected things here. Common fault that. She's hugely overcorrected though, but it is quite a common thing when we drop a couple of short ones. Oh, just give it a little bit more, but we tend to give it far too much more and overcompensate for things and go charging past.
Yeah, I think the Burnside pair need to score here, Dave, I think.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. There'd be a minimum of 3 behind playing the last if they can't score here, and that, there's only been 1-4 in the game. No, and that 1-3 from the last end. Yes, you'd think that Carol needs to weave her magic on this end, otherwise it might be looking a bit grim for the last end. Especially when you see a bowl like this coming in from Marilyn Constantine. What a great bowl that is.
That's 4, Dave. So brilliant shot. 4 shots.
It's a good time in the game to be holding a number, isn't it?
Sure is.
Maryland's played
just adds that little bit of
2 bombs. Sorry,
adds
Dave.
A little bit of pressure.
2 bombs.
Adds that little bit of pressure for Carol to try and draw when she's 4 down. I mean, even though there's quite a bit of room to get second shot there, it's just in your mind. You think you're 4 down. Just adds to the pressure, adds to the tension.
If you're Marilyn and Mary, you're thinking, well, we could win the game on this end if we can hold on to our number. We'll be 5 or 6 up last end and make it a stress-free finish to the game.
Okay, Carol Dorr firing her second bullet.
I'm hoping Carol can draw a shot so we can see. Yeah, I hope she gets shot here though, Dave, so we can have a really good last end. And how about this? How about
amazing?
This? How
and
about
it
this?
Down. What a shot!
What a great bowl!
That's a shot. Well, I asked for it, guys, and it happened.
It's a bit frightening.
Was granted.
Oh, we're not playing the last ball. We're taking the 1.
No one would draw a second shot here, eh? You just go.
No, we're taking 1.
I've got my 1 point. We'll be 13-14 going into the last end. You wouldn't be drawing a second. You might play a practice bowl. You see some players like you play a short bowl or practice going to the ditch or something.
Draw to the ditch. Yep.
Yeah, something safe because you don't like to waste your bowls, but she won't be going near this. So I'll be shocked if she goes close.
The only shot you can play is on the other hand, guys, is try and draw between the 2 blue ones, and that's pretty safe. So if you played the forehand, drew between the 2 blue bowls, you couldn't sell out on that end.
What happens if she drops the bowl?
It's played. If she puts the bowl on the green, I think it's a played bowl.
Okay.
But I'm sure there'll be an umpire around to tell us.
I've always been too scared to carry my bowl up to the head just in case something goes horribly wrong.
I think you could draw back Wooder this way. I hope no one noticed.
She looks like she's going to play it, but I don't think she'll be playing it with too much conviction.
Yeah, I'm more inclined to play the forehand. Forehand for me, Dave.
Tap the,
Oh my goodness!
Well, she's playing the backhand.
Hold on to your whatever. Hold on. This could be an interesting 20 seconds of bowls. Carol Dorr looking to make it 2.
I don't think she'd be playing with much conviction. As I say, she's only got to tap the white bowl and she's one down. So
she's in the area.
There's a bit of conviction here, Dave.
oh,
Hang on.
oh, there is, isn't
There's
there?
a bit of conviction.
Oh, my word.
What an effort.
went
That's a
closer to it than-
fantastic try. Oh,
So they're actually getting down to measure this. I thought it was pretty.
Yeah, I thought they were pretty clear about who
Yeah,
had shot.
Mary was
Mary's
pretty
saying we're
adamant
not-
that they were one down.
Yeah. Mary's going, we're wasting our time measuring.
one down.
Mary's saying
One
one
down.
down.
Yeah.
Well, that was
So
some
won the
scary
diff,
stuff.
play on the last end.
And there we go. What a game this has been, 13-14. And what could be the final end, because remember, if Carolyn score just the 1 point, we will play a further end to decide the winner.
That's me, Alex. I'm going for 14-all draw.
Why not?
Why not have another end and have some more action?
So the jack length will be interesting to see. It's not been super consistent throughout the duration of this game. We've seen a mixture of the mat being up and back and halfway, etc. And a shorter length jack thrown by Carolyn.
Which is very much against her trend. She's tended to she's been the one that's thrown the longer length ends. So this is a little bit against what Carolyn's been doing. Let's see if she can nail it with her first bowl. Oh, she's dropped it short. So it's a big end of bowls for the Burnside pair, remembering that they have to win this game to stay in contention to make post-section. So a huge end in that context for Carolyn.
Not the start they would have been hoping for here. It's going to be a bit of work to do with the last 4 bowls.
Yep. Okay, so Mary holding shot, but it's not super close. There's still plenty of room there for Carolyn.
This is better green.
Definitely better grass, yep.
And this looks good.
Very, very good bowl.
Lovely
Very
shot.
good bowl.
Well, it's run away a little bit, but it might be the shot.
It did run away further than I thought. Maybe there's a little bit of a breeze. You can see the trees moving a little bit in the background, a little bit of a breeze there that just sent it through further than we thought. Okay, the skip's having a look to decide, but there's still plenty of room there for them to draw the shot here.
That's what they'll be thinking too, isn't it? If you look at the amount of space they've got on the crossover with 3 bowls each and the bowls that these 2 skips, Marilyn and Carol, have played, they'll both be thinking, well, I could probably put 2 or 3 in the space that I've got, so they'll be crossing over confident.
Yeah, the winning bowl should still be at the end they're wandering down to now. That's where the winning bowl will be out of those 6, you would think.
You would think. How important is it going to be, too, that Marilyn has got last bowl here? Will she have to play it?
Well, the first part's reasonable. The first part is very good here. This is right on the
She's
jack.
drawn it. What a great bowl from
What a
Carol
shot.
Dorr. Very good.
Brilliant. This game deserves an extra end. from what I've seen.
Going to there, that bowl. You get the dirt? Good.
Came out pretty smooth there.
Chances on
Yeah.
the forehand here to
Might be
grab the
knocking
jack
this
or
ball
sit the
into
shot
game.
bowl.
2 down.
Oh dear.
No.
This is
Oh,
not good.
that's-
Oh dear.
That literally
This is
couldn't
not
have gone
good.
worse. That's as poorly as a bowl could have gone. Imagine hitting the right point of a short bowl to roll it 12 rolls up for the shot. That's a bit unlucky there.
And Carol jumped on the mat and played this pretty quickly too, without sort of thinking, because I'm thinking she needs to be. Oh, maybe she did. No, I apologise, Carol. I take that
That's good
back.
ball.
I'm pleased to see you got back there. She had to get back there for cover, because obviously Marilyn is going to be looking to play with some sort of speed here.
Yeah, I actually prefer the other hand, to be honest. There's more chances on the other hand. But that's my preference. I know the bowls are out to that side, but tough shot to get around the front and land it. Could prove me wrong. No, it's a tough shot on that hand, I think.
I tend to agree with you, Mark. I think you're right. There's more options down on that. Down on the backhand, you've got sort of a slightly wider target. You got the jack comes, you can get the jack.
Yeah.
So I think you're right. The options on the backhand are a lot better.
I don't think there's a lot of difference, but it might be 4 inches. That can be the difference in winning and losing. So at the moment, we're not having an extra end. Both teams are going to be out having to win their last game to qualify.
What's happened?
Still 2 shots. Still 2 shots, but now we should see some weight, I think.
You'd be surprised if
It'll
there
be-
wasn't aggression, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, they're 2 or 3 down there, so they're definitely game down. So they've got to get jack movement here. Just getting rid of the shot bowl is not going to be enough, because I think they're 3 down there. So they're going to have to get some sort of jack movement.
This is what the players can see from their end. There's actually a reasonably tight line with weight, isn't it? That short bowl that sits sort of shy of the jack at, I don't know, 4 o'clock to the jack on your screen might dictate the weight if you're trying to go underneath it on the forehand side. Not an easy bowl for Marilyn.
Oh, I think it's a ditch runner for me. You got to be hitting the
I'd be
bank.
underneath that bowl.
Yeah, you got to hit the bank.
Brings in the
You
kill
can't,
option. Bring in the kill option as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm after, I think, Dave. If I'm 3 down here, the kill is the best option.
Yeah.
Right, here we go.
It's on its way.
There's
It's
a
on
bowl
its
out there to
way.
hit onto the jack. Oh,
No,
just about onto the
she's
jack.
missed it. Well, there we are. Another change of leader, and right at the crucial time. And Carolyn come out the winners by 15-14, and that keeps their hopes alive.
It was a great game, wasn't it? That was just toing and froing. But yeah, congratulations to Carolyn. 15-14 win over Marilyn and Mary. Came right down to the last end. And if you've been watching, don't stray too far, because we do have another game coming up in about half an hour, maybe slightly longer, scheduled for 2:30, but we'll see how that goes between Rachel Davies and Emma Boyd and Claire Hendra and Kenny Critchlow. So that is guaranteed to be a good game. Thanks, Mark and Dave, for joining me. We'll talk to you again at 2:30 and see you then. Can you hear me, guys?
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.
there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared out in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on, we're moving on. I
Hello, how are we? Good afternoon and welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Summerset National Championships, broadcasting live from the Burnside Bowling Club, and we're up to the final round of section play in the women's pairs today, and we're going to watch Carol Dorr and Carolyn Boone, who we've already seen in the previous game. They need their game. Take on Chris Kibblewhite and Kerry Williams from the Papanui Club, who need their game too. So sort of a sudden death situation for these two. My name is Alex Reid, and we're joined in commentary again for this last round by Mark Noble and Dave Edwards. And I think I asked you last time who your pick to win is, and I thought, may as well go 2 out of 2. So we've seen Carol and the lead's name play just before. Mark, who's your pick to win?
I think I'm going with Carol. I think in that they played pretty good. Home team advantage. They did play very good in the last round.
Well, just for interest's sake, I'll take Chris Kibblewhite and Kerry Williams.
It's a much safer option too, because we've now got one apiece with the commentary team, so one of yours is going to be right.
Well, I think it means we just say we were right.
This is the first end, and we've moved all the cameras over, so eagle-eyed viewers who have already seen the first game will recognise that we've seen Carol and Carolyn already, but not playing on the same rink. They are playing on rink 12, so the cameras have been moved a couple of rinks over so that neither team has played on this rink before.
Yes, that would have been an immediate bit of controversy.
Yeah, no, we moved pretty speedily with the cameras once we had a look at the draw. So, rink 12 it is. And of course, the original plan for this game was to broadcast a match between two well-known pairs combinations, but both of those teams have already qualified, and I believe there was a promise of a playground visit for some kids, and that's fair enough. So that's what they've opted to do, and rest up before post-section tomorrow. So we get to follow the story of Carol and Carolyn, who we saw win in a last gasp effort to stay alive in the event in the first game this afternoon or this morning, and now need to win this game to qualify.
Yeah, it should be an exciting game with both teams needing to win to qualify. Not bad here. Maybe a little quick, is it?
Just a little bit quick, but she's nailed the line with her first bowl. Chris Kibblewhite, a pretty experienced player from the Canterbury area, Canterbury representative player. I'm not sure about this season, but definitely in the past. Carol's just pulled up a little bit short. Needed to make an adjustment, but sometimes when you're only sort of 18 inches past the jack like she was with her first bowl, it's almost get down there and play the same bowl. And you'll quite often find that just subconsciously the body makes the adjustment for you, and you'll end up, whereas if you go thinking, right, I've got to take 18 inches off, that's when we tend to get the big over adjustment occur.
And Chris Kibblewhite, who's just played that bowl, Dave, is also the newest member of the Bowls New Zealand board, so giving back to the sport in an administrative capacity as well.
3 seconds here, so a chance to sit the bowl or trail jack.
She going to hold to the bowl? Is she going to hold to the bowl? Or
Yeah,
just did enough, I think.
Could be. It'll be close. No, it's one down, I think.
Yes, I think Carey signalled that they still had the shot there.
That was another mighty effort to sit the bowl out for 2 or 3.
Okay, completion of the first end. Quick study of the head. Oh, that
It's
was
one
one
to
to the
Burnside.
Burnside pair.
Well, what a good shot then. Right in the area.
Right, we remember in the last game that Carol favoured the longer ends. So she's placed the mat well back. Let's see how far she throws this jack. Well, it's not going to be... Oh, yes, it's drifting
down a
on.
fair
So,
way.
yeah, it is pretty much a long one.
It's at least three-quarter to long.
Yeah.
And that's roughly what they played the whole last game. And reasonable start if it's got the weight. It's down a good line.
Two very steady players, aren't they, Carol and Carolyn? We saw them, as we've said, play in the first game and come out winners there, but pretty consistent, pretty steady bowlers. Neither of them very far away with their shots.
It was a real titanic battle, and I think in that first game we televised, I think all 4 of them had their moments in that game where they all had a time where they shone.
Looks good green again.
Very much a push delivery from Carey. Not much of a backswing to report there at all, which is something that's reasonably common in New Zealand. However, we really strongly recommend that you do try to have a backswing, especially for when you strike those slower greens.
It's interesting, isn't it? It's a delivery that's sort of fallen out of favour as our greens have slowed down a little bit in the last 10 or 20 years. But even the old static delivery, which you see John Murder used to play like it, but Mike Kernan's probably the most well-known one now, takes a step and swings the arm. Very, very well suited to quick greens, isn't it? Because you just get that fingertip weight control.
Absolutely. It's funny, always used to have the conversation with Mike. When you see him, when he drives, he steps normally. But, yep, on the draw, he plants the foot pretty early, but who can argue with the record that he's got in the game? So
yeah, and when he drives, his stepping delivery's perfect. And I think he went to a Commonwealth Games in Victoria in Canada on real slow greens, and if you watch any of the footage from that event, he added a step to his delivery. He didn't have a static one. He sort of stepped and let it go at the same time, so made the adjustment. But like you say, whatever works.
Down good trick again. And weight looks really good. This probably counts.
Yeah, very good bowl. Yeah, I'd say that's definitely 2, the holding. Once again, look at the line taking. Two slightly rough ones from Carey as far as the line taking is concerned, but the other 5 bowls are all perfectly lined bowls. Another bowl with exceptional line, but very disappointing with the speed. Another instance where Carol just needs to say to herself here, same bowl. Play exactly the same bowl. She might have just added a little bit of speed to this one, though.
Still very good home though, Dave. Anything past the Jackson play, as we like to say.
Very, very good line again here, but still just lacking that extra yard of weight.
A little bit wider this trip. It's got good weight. This will count though, Dave. Oh, this is a
great bowl. Got the shot itself. Great bowl. Three shots. So a pressure bowl here early in the game for Chris Kibblewhite, trying to get her team out of a slight spot of trouble. Just going to hang out wide. Two out. I think it'll be three. Yep, three it is.
When did we start doing the like drawing the little squiggly things in the air to indicate three? Has that always been? When did we start doing that?
It is reasonably recent. It never used to happen way back in my day, but I mean, I must admit it makes it pretty easy because the number of times you hold your fingers, how many they can't see, you know. So
yeah. Same thing with the four.
Three, or
they do the four like the
boundary
cricket.
Four, yes,
yeah.
the cricket boundary. Yep. So
I wonder if we're the country that's figured that out. I bet you in Australia they don't do that, Dave. We spoke yesterday about it staggered me with the card situation that they don't fill out the card for the first three ends. So, you know, I wonder how they indicate how many's been scored in an end.
Yeah, they don't seem to care over in Australia with that. So just fun.
Just an idle thought.
The other thing that makes me laugh a bit, well, not laugh, but I can't, and I don't know why, but they only do the board every second end too. Yeah. So the skips are the ones who touch the board. No one else is allowed to, and I find that. But apparently, if it's close, there is permission to do it the last few ends if it's close in a game.
That hurts my brain.
It's just. I don't think. Yeah, it does me too. I don't think it's a written rule, but it's very much an unwritten rule over there that only the skips can do the score on the scoreboard, which means it only gets done every second end.
So I'd get in a bit of trouble then, and I'm trying to be helpful for my team.
Yep.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I think over there, Dave, I don't think the skips keep the card either.
No,
it's not like here in New Zealand where we keep the skips keep the card. We're not suggesting the Aussies have got it wrong or anything. We're just suggesting that maybe they haven't quite got it right.
Just idle thoughts.
Just shows the different things around the world too. I think in the UK, Joe used to tell the story in the UK that the skips used to measure.
Really?
The skips would come down and do the measuring.
That seems like too much walking for me.
Yeah, no, that was another. But that eventually disappeared as well. They realised that was a bit silly. So
yeah, it is fascinating the different etiquettes that develop in the countries. Though I know there's conversations about who chalks a toucher, etc., etc. So every country you get your own little quirks. It must be. I can imagine there's a bit of culture shock in the international competitions that you, Dave and Mark, would have. Experience where you go overseas or they come to us and they just get some quizzical expressions, I would imagine.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. I think the other thing too about who actually does the measure, the person claiming or the person wanting the shot. Am I one up? Am I one down? I know that there's some interesting conversations with opposition from other countries about that too.
Yeah.
This is a great shot. It's a brilliant bowl.
Very, very good bowl. Very good bowl. I always work by the if you want the shot, you measure it.
Yeah.
If you're claiming the shot, you get down there and measure it.
That was always a bit of culture shock for me as well, from like an indoor background, which is the little one on the mats. Is the rule there is the team with the last bowl does the measure. So I just presumed that's what you did. And when I started playing outdoor bowls, I'd have these very confusing conversations with people who'd look at me, waiting for me to measure, be like, "Well, you had last bowl," and they go, "Well, what's that got to do with the price of fish?" And I figured it out fast enough.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe that's a rule we can bring in, Alex.
I wouldn't want to confuse
plays the
people.
last bowl.
Carolyn's left Carolyn a spot of bother here. Look, the 3 bowls grouped together at the back there, making no adjustment at all, with all 3 bowls ending up in the same place. If you were having a quiet little practice somewhere and trying to group your bowls, she'd be getting top marks for those 3 bowls, but unfortunately they're not helpful in this particular instance.
It's always disappointing as a player, isn't it, when you group your 3 bowls and you think, well, they're well grouped, but they're not where they're supposed to be. The jack's over in some other corner of the rink, and I've got 3 bowls touching each other.
You'd love it if the jack was right slap bang in the middle of the 3 of them. You'd be singing ragtime then, but yes, unfortunately not.
Oh, I think we'd be having someone driving at those then, Dave.
Yeah, more than likely.
This is a good track too if it's got the weight. This is pretty good unless it moves the jack out. Doesn't want to get the jack out into the open.
Oh, she got her on the second knock as well.
Yes.
And now the 3 back bowls come into play big time.
Those 3 bowls we were just talking about.
Yeah, the ones that you said weren't very good. Could be 4 up in a minute.
She's desperately unlucky there. I mean, what a great bowl, drawing a dead toucher, but yeah, you're dead right. It's just made it a little bit of a target there now.
And here's another back one.
That's a
tempting.
sign of intent, isn't it?
Play the other hand and look for the jack. Jack trail for 5, I think, is what I'd be thinking if I'm only 2 down. If I'm 3 or 4 down, I might not play. On this head, we've only got 2 at the moment. Nice shot on the 4.
Yeah, and we see here Chris adding another bowl to the
might count as
target.
well.
You're putting all your eggs in one basket here, so it's if you get hold on to the 3 if you're Chris, it's good, but otherwise it could be danger.
I think the forehand's the hand to play here.
Yep, I think it is too, although she's sticking to the backhand, but I think the forehand's the better up because you can also get the edge of the bowl. You can use the bowl out there to get to the jack, down to the jack as well, but she's opted for the backhand.
Although
I don't know.
This is good. If it's got the weight, this is close.
She hasn't got the speed.
Yeah,
just short of a gallop there.
Line towards. Might have cut it back to 2.
Now, on the forehand, if she can navigate underneath Carol's bowl here and trail that jack a foot, she's going to have a handful.
Looks a tough shot, Dave. I think I'd be going. I've got 2 in a measure. I'll just try and round it for 3.
I quite like that she's going up to have a look at this head, though. I mean, we've spoken about how important it is for both of these teams. This is a must-win situation, this game. So, Chris coming up to have a look at the head and see exactly how the bowls are sitting so she can make the best possible decision.
Yeah, if you're holding 3, the worst thing you can do here is chip one in. I mean, if I don't need to trail the jack, I think, Dave, if I've got 3. If I've got 2, I might think about it. I think that's the key part of this bowl is how many we're actually really holding.
She's switching to the back end.
And taking green, so trying to draw around the front bolt. Not bad to there. Very close to count. Unless it's just a touch through, is it? It's pretty good
Just going a
effort.
wee bit. Yep.
Two there.
It's just the
Two at what? Yeah, I just thought maybe early in the game, I just thought that the chance there to get a good handful, I would have possibly been looking to play it.
Yeah, I think you're sort of right. Like for me, it was like, is it 2, is it 3? That makes a difference on whether we were going to play that sort of shot. If I already had 3, I might as well draw for 4. If I've only got 2, then I might see me look at it. So clearly for us, it's hard to tell how many shots we've got. From our camera angle, we're not quite on the green to be able to get out and tell you exactly. Well, it would be quite good if we could just run out there, have a look, and then exactly what's going on.
I'd have to jump out the window, and that might end badly for me.
The other choice is we could get a drone overhead. That's
No, we're
another option.
Too close to the airport.
Oh, okay. Thought we'd check that out there.
When we do get down to the finals day, we have the intention of having people, runners for us, to let the commentary know how it's going when we get down to sort of the quarterfinal, last 16 stage, when there are so many good games going on.
I better hope I'm not one of those runners then.
I'm going to put you on the spot
handball
here,
here.
now, Alex. Just put you on the spot, Alex. What's the schedule for the next few days? Do we go straight into the reverse disciplines, or is there a bit of post-section first? Or
Yeah, so the events are played out nowadays, so it'll go. You have the men's qualifying as the 2nd and 3rd of January, and then the 4th and 5th of January you finish off the men's singles, and it's the same thing for the women's and open disability pairs. First 2 days are qualifying, next 2 days are post-section, and that way you don't get some of the challenges we've had in the past where you have players who go exceptionally well in both events, and then you're looking at your post-section draw going, this is like a game of Tetris. How do I make it work? So the events are played out in their to completion, and then the next events start.
brilliant. Good bowls, good leading here from Kerry Williams. I think that's a logical thing to do, because I do remember, you're right, when they used to have play the qualifying of both events first and then start post-section, and you're right, there was, because guys and women used to get on a roll and be playing particularly well in good form, and so therefore you're right, they used to go very well in the singles, and then they're still going in the pairs as well.
Yeah.
And it did create a bit of a logistical nightmare for the schedulers, so yeah.
Yeah, it did. And I think you get people who feel a bit hard done by, which is fair enough, because you could turn up to a club and be scheduled to play, say, a round 2 game or a round 3 game, and the bloke you're playing's just played 2 post-section games of pairs or whatever, and there's them playing a single. So just keeps it easier to follow, and I think all fair to play them out in completion.
Yeah, it does save that sitting around for 3 or 4 days if you were going good in like the singles and the pairs you weren't, and then you were having to come back to play 1 game of singles 3 days later.
Yep.
It sounds like it's spoken from experience, Mark. That's how I could hear the pain.
Yeah, the odd time I might have had to sit around. That's normally because you're not going any good in the other disciplines.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Sounds like the wind's getting up to today, just like.
Yeah, it is. The sun's come out, as you can. Well, I don't need to tell you that. You can see it. We're watching a live broadcast, but the sun's
What a
out and the
shot.
wind is getting up a little bit. I can see the flag waving in the breeze.
That was a good shot, just played then by Chris.
Very, very good. Beautifully weighted to just roll their own shot up, their own bowl up for shot. Or if she had missed it, she would have been very close to dead drawing it anyhow.
Have a look at this. This as well, Dave.
This is in
Got
the area
shot
too.
bowl. What a mighty effort.
Very, very
There's
good
a couple
effort.
of shot options on there. Yeah. Might be a front, what we call a front plant on the front black bowl that might take out the bowl. See from there. And I'm pretty sure Alex will agree that comes from some indoor stuff. Playing a lot of indoor bowls, we see a lot of those types of shots.
Yeah, you see the plants. And what you would look to play, Mark, here, if I was you, I reckon you'd go that wide pink, the pink to the right of your screen that's low. Be the first thing you'd look at. Get the edge, cannon out the back one, happy days. I don't think that's what we're going to see. We'll see a much more controlled bowl and probably one that makes more sense here from Carol Dorr.
I'm thinking you think I'm not playing with much sense when I'm playing.
No, it's horses for courses or whatever you say, or courses for horses. Whichever way around it goes, I think you'd play that. I'm not sure Carol would. Yeah, good
For
weight
me, I
too.
think the obvious shot is the one that Mark was alluding to earlier on the forehand.
Yeah, onto
down,
the front
looking
flank.
and getting the plant onto the shot bowl. That's the shot.
That's the one to play.
It would look pretty too. It's a nice square and collision.
And that would be 3 shots if you got that. And if they miss, you're only 1 down. So it's a great shot to play. There's no danger playing it.
Nope. I think she feels she can still hit the shot that she played originally on the backhand to reach the shot bowl, but I think her bowl is semi-blocking that option or making it a lot more difficult to play. So I think the forehand shot was definitely the easier option.
You can see there how they're sitting, those 2 red stickered bowls. We're talking about hitting the black bowl at 12 o'clock onto the blue bowl, onto the pink one. She wasn't far away from her selected shot, but not to beat. And 1 more to Chris Kibblewhite and Kerry Williams. 3-4 after 4 ends. And our thanks, of course, go to the Aotearoa Gaming Trust for their support of this event. Much appreciated. As we look over there at the Burnside Bowling Club, this is going to be a couple of full greens as we get down to finals day, and we look forward to nice weather and good spectator support as well. If you've got looking for something to do and you live in the Christchurch area, the 2 finals days, whenever I said the 2 finals days were, the 5th and the 9th of January, pop down to the Burnside Bowling Club. You'll see some great bowls.
Handy opener from Kerry. Carolyn's not quite going to have the running here, unfortunately, because she's got a beautiful line. If we see the delivery here of Kerry, it's pretty good. Apart from that, as I mentioned, that push delivery, everything else is good. Alignment's excellent. Footwork off the mat is really good. Straight lines, excellent. It's just I'd like to see him with a backswing, that's all. We talk about alignment on the mat, and it's such a neglected part of the game, and yet it's so vitally important that you set yourself up on the mat and have your body aligned to send it down the line that you want to send it. And Kerry does that exceptionally well. See her aiming, her footwork, her feet, her shoulders, her hips are all aiming straight down the line that she wants to send the bowl. They're not aiming down the middle of the green or anything like that. They're facing out towards the line where she wants to send the bowl. And so her alignment work and her footwork, etc., on the mat, very, very good.
It's also a joy for a commentator, isn't it, Dave? Because often you see, I know Kelvin Scott, who's a very good bowler, has won the New Zealand singles twice, and he's on his backhand, and then he's on his backhand, and I'm just like, I can't tell based on the way he's standing where he's aiming, so it can be very confusing as a commentator.
This where we just say Kelvin chucks him down the middle of the rink. So that way we don't have to work out what hand he's on.
Pretty accurately.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first national singles he won was in Wellington.
It was in the mid-90s, I think, or the late 90s. And then
around
again,
that era.
Last time it was in Christchurch at the back green at Burnside.
Correct.
Pretty good fluent delivery as well from Chris. And her alignment work looks pretty damn good as well. Just going a little bit here. Beautiful line though.
A lot of room to draw a shot. Well, this is at least the right sort of green, so as long as the weight's there.
Yeah, not good weight. So there's still plenty of room, but having said that, it's currently 3 shots to Chris and Kerry. How's the speed this time? Because she's very well grassed again.
This will probably count, but might just be a yard short today.
Yeah, just pulling
Definitely
up.
counting.
It is.
4 shots, but they're all a yard away, so still a lot of room. Mind you,
I'm
in bowls
backing
day,
Carol.
sometimes in bowls, this is how we get a 5 when they're not actually
It
that
is.
close.
It's very, very
Carol's-
rare for you to get a 5 when they're all 3 or 4 inches away from the bowl. These are when the big numbers occur, when the bowls are spread far and wide. So
And it
yeah,
still looks like 4.
Carol's got.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. Carol's got 1 bowl left to possibly save a big number here, and let's see if Chris can add to the count.
Looks good enough for line. This is counting, this one. Oh, that fell out
It'll be
the
the
way to
shot
help.
itself.
The hand of God set
It's
the
the
bowl
shot
down
itself.
to give it some room.
Oh.
That's unbelievable. It would have she would have wicked off that bowl, but the bowl's gods just went, no, you can sit down and get past that one clean. Staggering.
So it's just 3 or 4 still, because the jack has been moved out to the side a little.
Big bowl here for
early
Carol.
on. Chance, dare I
First
say
bit.
this. This is
First
close.
bit's
If it misses
reasonable
the
if she
front one,
clears this bowl. Oh, she didn't clear that, and that's knocked it in. That could be a 5. Let's see
I'm
as they
thinking you're
roll them out.
close to being right. It looks like 4 without overly looking.
3.
Well, there's 3.
Definitely that front one counts, but they can't touch it because it's leaning up against another bowl. Yeah, the pink bowl at the front there is definitely a counter, but they can't take it out because see how it's leaning up against the black bowl. So the black bowl needs to be wedged. That's why I think they've called the umpire to wedge that black bowl underneath there. Then they can take the pink one out and then they can measure the black one to the
Goodness.
black pink one to see whether it's. Let's see what the umpire should stick a wedge. I'm going to wedge that one.
Oh, that's not the right one to wedge.
No, that's not the one to
bowl
wedge. No.
That looks well in that bowl, doesn't
Maybe
it?
they just haven't been clear which one they would like to be measured.
Oh no, she's doing it now. Done it.
Right. So, we'll just watch. It'll make sense eventually.
As long as she doesn't measure the pink bowl against the pink bowl, we'll be right.
So we got that bowl first.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm thinking she's going to measure the pink bowl against the pink bowl. Oh, no.
no,
No,
she's
we're right.
checking that one over there.
Just to make sure, yeah. The players do, you know, I mean, when you call an umpire, it's your duty to say, I would like you to measure X amount of bowls have been
X and
conceded. This is what needs to be decided. So the players need to be clear what they want to be measured here, and perhaps they didn't say that to the umpire. So the umpire just looking there and thinking, well, I actually need to chock.
Yeah.
Oh, she's already put
Now
the
she's
chocks in.
oh.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm not sure they were very at what they wanted the
No,
umpire to do.
I don't think the players were clear with what they wanted the umpire to measure here. And if you don't tell the umpire what you would like to be measured, it's not going to happen. So just confirming. So that's 4, isn't it, that have been taken out? We're up to the 5th
that's
one
4
now.
so far. Now we've just got to measure the
back pink
to the black.
against the front 2 bowls.
This is better. So back pink one. And then
And both of these bowls, I think, Alex. Unless this black one is in, then you don't have to measure the other purple one. Should measure this purple one as well. Yep, there we go.
beautiful.
And back to the pink to make sure it is the closest still. And it's a done deal.
Yeah, good umpiring.
Perfect.
5.
Yep.
Lovely
5.
stuff. Huge end there in the early stages of this game. Talking of umpires, we were talking to had the pleasure of Jean Ashby's company at the Bowls New Zealand offices just before Christmas. She's still in good spirits, acting in a mentoring role for the Bowls North Harbour umpires, and tells some fantastic stories. A life member of Bowls New Zealand, and what an asset she's been to the game.
Fantastic lady is Jean. Always love having a chat with Jean.
Very switched on. She sent the Bowls New Zealand office a Christmas card, which I think is fantastic. Always takes a keen interest in the goings on of the sport, and still out there contributing.
Both pulling up short on this end. I see Ali Forsyth in the field too. Alex, and I've a good story about Ali. And you were talking about how you're able to have a little flutter at the TAB on the once the post section draw is done.
Yes.
A few years ago, that was the case. You could still have a flutter, and Ali Forsyth he hadn't been around much and wasn't known all that well, and I thought I might just put a little flutter on Ali to win the national singles title, and so I duly went to the TAB and did my thing, and was telling a good friend of mine about it, and he, what a waste of money that is, he hasn't got a hope in hell, rant and raving. So that spurred me to go and have added flutter on Ali Forsyth to win. And Ali duly obliged, and I had great delight in going back to my mate a few days later and fluttering a few red-coloured notes under his nose.
Fair enough too.
Beautiful.
So some great stories, isn't there, over the years? I suppose it's one of those games where on their day anyone can win, so you often see, as often as the known bowlers win, you get some up-and-comers that perhaps venturing out of their centre for the first time. We've got a lot of very strong bowlers who just play mostly centre events that might be unknown, and they go and chop down some giants.
Yeah, well, that was the case. He wasn't completely unknown, but he wasn't the superstar that he is these days. That's for sure. He hadn't really won a lot, and so I just had a sneaky bet and then went back and loaded up a bit more, and yeah. Okay, so Kerry's had a bit of a rough end here. One that she'll be wanting to forget pretty quickly, dropping them short. So 2 down at this stage, Chris, and this is the danger. Another thing that we talk about a lot, when you get a big number, it's so important to really work your little butt off to score again on the next end. Just to really rub it in, and because what can happen now is you've got a 5 and you're quite happy about it, and there's a little bit of relaxation goes on, and all of a sudden you're dropping a 4 or 5.
Or even, Dave, even just dropping 2 or 3 means you've lost that momentum. And the 5, if you drop 2 here, the 5 is actually only really a 3 you've got in the last 2 ends.
That's right.
So
yeah,
and that's why we do talk about it as even when we're out playing, if we get a number, I'll always say to our guys, if we score again, that counts. Otherwise, it's not in the bank, as I like to call it.
Yep.
Great shot here. Brilliant.
Could it be a 5 in the opposite direction here for Carol Dorr and Carolyn Boone, sitting with 3 shots? Would be a good reply.
She didn't like that bowl, so it must be quick again.
Yes, it is.
So
quick
you
again.
could be right, Alex. Could be 5 coming back.
Just have an inkling. Oh, it stayed on the rink. That's a very good place for it to finish. No, not really, actually. We've got those short bowls. So for Chris, it's still about drawing to save.
This is going to count, I think.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, that's 4. 4 of the 5.
Huge
and
bowl,
it's
this one.
landed in a good spot because it's sort of in the way.
Oh, dangerous to switch. It's a huge bowl.
Yep.
How's the weight here?
It's not bad, I think, Alex.
Beautiful bowl.
This is a great shot here.
This is a very, very good bowl, yep.
You'd be looking at ways to remove this, wouldn't you?
1 or 2
Depends
down.
Depends if I have 1 or 2 shots, but they're calling to hit it.
I think it's...
Or,
I think they've just got one. I think that pink bowl at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock is second shot. So underneath on
I think you've got to... I think you've got to be under the front pink if you're trying to move that bowl.
Absolutely.
Not round it. Round it here, I don't think. It will count round it.
I'll square through that one.
Count if it gets a free run.
Not to be.
But the good news is after dropping the 5, that's pretty critical.
They think it's only 1, so very, very important bowl there from Chris Kibblewhite.
She switched her hand as
5
well.
down.
So she spent 2 bowls on the backhand and missed both of them, and then thought, well, I'll switch to the forehand, which is often that can be a really challenging thing to do. But a great bowl because she's cut it down. They would have dropped a 5 if she hadn't played that shot.
Yeah, for sure.
So just the 1. Righto, Carolyn, are you going to go to one of your longer lengths? She's definitely pacing the jack right back on the 2 metre mark.
Definitely heading down towards the tee, Dave.
Yep.
About that, yeah, about a metre and a half off the tee. Metre off the tee now.
So this is the length she likes playing. Let's see if she can duly oblige with her first bowl. Not too bad.
Not too far away. Yeah, it's not too bad.
This will be interesting with Kerry because she played 3 short bowls the last end, and now that the length's been sent out a bit longer, is she going to reach this time? Looks like she is. She's played it pretty well.
A little bit quick, I think, or narrow, more narrow than quick.
Can see the shadows moving across the green. The clouds above us get pushed along by the wind, and there is quite a breeze here at the Burnside Bowling Club.
Just as long as it doesn't turn northwest, and then you get the planes coming in over the top of the club.
We had that yesterday or the day before, along with a very interesting landing.
It wasn't a plane you were on, were you, Alex? Well, have a look at this.
Oh, look at this. Great bowl.
A little bit lucky, ran into the jack.
Yeah, the good news about that, Dave, is you can't hit the jack if you drop short of it. So at least if you're up, you're a chance.
Correct.
Definitely one of my favourite things. Don't be disappointed when we run into the jack.
We used to call them like a first-year toucher. Sort of, you see it a lot with new bowlers. Connect with the jack and trail it back.
Yeah, I remember Sharon Sims telling me when I was going to play over in Glasgow, she always said to me, when you reach it, don't be surprised when the jack gets in the way. Oh, this is pretty good as well. That's 3 goodies.
Beautiful bowls.
And they just got a 5 going this way last time, and here they are looking like potentially another one.
That's great stuff. Here's a question for you, Dave. I mentioned it when Joe and Mark were on commentary yesterday. It was not really a question. Someone said to me this season when I was playing, they said, oh, you know when all the bowls sit down more often than not on a green? I said, that means that it's running 16 seconds or over. And they said it with such confidence that I just thought, oh yeah, they'll file that away in my book of facts. But I'm doubting myself now. Have you ever heard anyone mention that at all?
Never.
Cool. I think we figured it out.
Never heard that one.
Bowl.
This is not a bad reply from Carol. Oh, she's just going a little bit. I thought she wasn't going to be too bad there, but beautiful line. Just going that metre. Handy home there. Hello. What's going on here? Chris waited up the head to see the first bowl come down. That's what's going on here.
Fair enough. I hadn't been paying enough attention. I just waiting up at that end.
Yep, you're allowed to do that, and quite often it's a good idea too. You can see whether the opposition skip's first bowl is going to change anything. But That one definitely didn't.
What are we thinking here? Backhand?
Well,
She looks like she wants to play the forehand.
Yeah. So she's got the 3 pink bowls and a bowl at... Where's her other bowl? Is it the one at 12? No, she hasn't played one yet. She's got 3 pink bowls.
She hasn't played it.
So it's a very good head, isn't it, as a skip? You don't want to make the target any bigger. I'd be inclined to play the backhand. You would hate to actually bump the shot pole or something on a swing back in.
The only other thing I'm thinking here, she's playing the forehand, because the other thing you don't want to do
You'd
in a
hate to
situation
accidentally
like
bump
this
it.
sometimes-
Oh, that's actually brilliant. No, it's better.
that's
It's
okay.
brilliant. I take it back. Fantastic shot.
Playing the backhand, the danger was sitting a bowl out on the wing there that could be used. So, there's not really anything for Carol to use out here on the backhand at the moment. She actually has to physically dead draw it. Whereas if you stuck a bowl out there, it does give her something, a shoulder or an elbow to use. Whereas she's another very, very good effort, mind you. There, very good effort. Beautiful green again. Unfortunately, though, she's still 4 down.
It does make sense what you say, Dave, and Chris had really good weight control, so she didn't bump the jack out. I suppose I'm not good enough, so I'd be just frightened that if I played that forehand side, you'd hate to move the jack out a foot or so and make the target bigger, but she actually executed the bowl perfectly, and they sit there with a really good 4.
And just the one bowl to get out of it. Yeah, just one bowl to get out of this.
Okay, very, very important bowl in the context of the game here again. Oh, she's under-greened it.
And might be at 5
dear.
in this direction.
Chance for another 5.
Chris on the forehand.
Yep, drawing for 5. Doesn't want to knock that in. Does not want to knock that in. Oh, got away with it.
She might be lucky. Might have got away with it. Still 4, I think. Yep.
So we saw the cricket 4 there, that more the sign language of bowls that we have. So 4 to Chris and Kerry, and they're taking a handy lead now, 12-5.
That is a handy lead, and we're not at halfway yet though, so still plenty of time for Carol and Carolyn, but they don't want to be dropping any more of those 4s and 5s.
It's courtesy of 2 particularly good ends, isn't it, from Chris and Kerry. It was literally 9 points and 2 ends. If you take that away, it's 5-3. So 2 really good ends going in one direction. Certainly the next time they go back in that direction, Carol and Carolyn must be thinking, well, let's not repeat the dose.
Yeah, I think you're right, Alex. Something needs to change. This is well up. This is up by 2 or 3 metres. They're going to get an umpire, but...
Oh, they are. Yep.
I'm pretty confident this is like a couple of metres over.
Perhaps just a sign of the pressure, I suppose, that both these teams, we've said already, but they both require, if they lose this game, they're out of the entire event. They both need a win. And when you're under a little bit of pressure like that, sometimes you go, well, is it up? And you just sort of second guess yourself. So we'll just see the umpires measure. And I've asked the question, it's 23 metres it needs to be. I know that. I found it in the law book.
Yes, clearly that's up.
Rule 10.1.3. Just off the top of my head.
That's good that
Okay, now this is another one of those instances where Chris and Kerry picked up another 4. They just need to consolidate that by trying to score again on this end, or at least limit dropping just a 1 so that that 4 counts, as we talked about earlier on. Minimal adjustment needed here from Kerry, and looks like she's played it very, very well. Nice bowl. Change of hand here from Carolyn. And is she going to get the jack? Oh, just underneath it. Just underneath it. So still 1 to Kerry Williams.
Right, down a good line again here.
Yeah, another very good bowl. That'll be 2. So, looks to be on a good track here. Looks to
Might
be on a
land.
very good track.
Might
Lovely
land
bowl.
or stop. Yeah,
And-
brilliant.
Just a quick side note, team. I noticed in the background in the previous end there's someone trying to get famous on television, so I've asked our technical team to replay it. Watch the kid in the background. How good's that? So he's had his moment. We replay it on Sky Television, and then he zipped off because he figured out there's about a 20-second delay and would have seen him on television. So I think that's one of the best things I've seen in my life, and I'm glad that we were able to to replay that. Thank you, Sarah. You did a great job.
Beautiful.
Okay, so a nice little shot here for Chris. Just on the backhand, looking to just arrive to that black bowl, just land on it, roll it out a couple of times and stay there.
Key with these shots is not to overplay them too quick.
Just
I
going to
like
drop
this.
underneath.
Yeah, I like the speed of that. That's
So
a nice
do I,
speed
and
to
you're-
sit the bowl.
You're 100% right too, that we do overplay them. Most people play them far too quickly.
Gives yourself every chance, doesn't it? And the beauty of it is that although Chris missed her initial target, she's improved the head because of the speed at which she played her bowl. So it'll make it more worthwhile with the
correct.
next one as we see Carol play an absolute bomb. They both
Yeah,
go clean,
brilliant
Mark.
shot. Yes, definitely got to be up.
Yeah,
Don't
I
be
think you can
short
go
here.
quicker now. You can go quicker
Yes.
now.
Get the blue
Yep,
square.
be up.
She's very close. Gets the blue square. They
Half
both
a
go.
bowl.
Oh, she's half a
half
bowl
a
or
bowl
one
wide.
bowl wide.
Yes. And I think you could go even quicker than that.
So
I'd
do
be
I.
inclined to go a little bit quicker.
You say that because
I'd
there's
be
three.
Absolutely.
They've got third, fourth, and fifth shot, don't they? Those pink
Yes.
bowls around it. So you could afford to lose even
And-
one of your extra shots, and you're still going to be up on a win.
Yeah, I don't think I need my bowl on the rink, so I can. And although here's another great shot coming in,
Another very, very good bowl here.
Oh, it's a tighter line
Not
now. Well, if you-
Counting, I don't
I think-
think.
forehand now, guys. I think down the forehand underneath the
Forehand,
front. black
forehand
belt.
flat out.
Yep, forehand quick.
I'm sold. I'd like
for the
to
two
see it.
bowls. Come and have a look. But yes, here's the look. That's right there.
Straight
That's
down there.
where it's to go. Right where the foot is.
Yep.
You're pretty protected by that short black bowl that you see at 11 o'clock. That means it's very unlikely that you could get an unlucky result by missing wide with your bolt, because if you're wide, you're going to just chip off the head. So it can give Chris a lot of confidence with this. She can play it with a full extension. Could be pretty cool to watch. A little feather off that short one. Wouldn't be the end of the world. I'm just saying, it's on.
Right, here we go.
Just deciding what hand to play it with. It's about visualising the
Forehand.
speed.
Forehand runner. Oh, I don't know about this
Oh,
way.
not quick enough. Not quick enough.
No, she's just drawing, is she? Did she? I'm confused.
No, she's playing. No, that was no. She was playing with weight, but that wasn't quick enough to get underneath those front ones. That's for sure. So maybe she hasn't got a real quick drive, which is something that all players do need. You do need to have. It doesn't have to be super smashy like Ryan Bester or Ali Forsyth or anyone, but it's got to be quick enough to be able to hold yourself on a decent line and to.
Well, at least the palmy weight might have even been good weight for that one, though, Dave. I can say that being a Wellingtonian, you know, even if I do live in Palmerston North.
Yeah, you'll cough it when you get
shot
home.
here.
When you
Oh,
get
beautiful
home.
bowl.
This'll be
She's,
four.
She might have made four of it here.
Four. Yeah, what a
I
bomb.
think she has.
What a bomb. What a comeback. That looks like four.
both these
Yep.
teams need
Four
this
it
game.
is.
No, I'm pretty sure
Right.
everyone in Palmy knows about the palmy weight.
Game back on again now.
Just keeping
And
it.
like I said, they they dropped a four and they've got a four, Alex, and that's what means the last four they dropped doesn't really count.
So this direction, though, isn't it? This is the direction coming this way. 9 points have been conceded by Carol and Carolyn in this direction.
Yes.
So important that this first bowl here from Carol Dorr is good. Came out smooth. It's a good start.
Not quite here, I don't think.
If I was skipping, I'd say, well, we're holding one.
Or you tell the next player, you're only one down. Well, I hear it a lot in bowls after the first two bowls. The one skip will go, we're only one down. It's like, there's only two bowls on the
Yeah,
rink.
all skips think that they're very, very funny people, Mark. I've learnt that.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, there is the other
I'm just-
other situation where the skip goes down to the mat to play his first bowl. The opposition skip plays his first one. There's not really a lot of change up the end there, and the three yells down, yeah, you're four down at the moment.
Really?
And the skip stands up, no, I'm not four down. I haven't played a bowl yet. You guys are four down.
Yeah, it's good to have teammates that like telling you you're four down and you haven't played any. I think I've been in a couple of those teams.
I wasn't going to say it, Mark.
Yes.
I've said it, so I'll probably get some texts now.
There we go. Look at this. Could go
Oh,
through
that's a
the
good
jack.
shot. A little bit quick,
Lovely bowl.
but handy. Pretty good.
That's the shot. Yep.
I guess at least I didn't mention any names about who'd done that to me.
Oh, I'm not sure if it's got the running, this bowl. Oh,
No.
it's trying to get past that one. That little feather probably
It's just
gave it
not
an extra
played-
couple of feet.
Yeah, just not played well coming in, have they?
No.
Whether that means they should
No.
swap coming this way. Oh, they've got to swap hands or swap lengths just to
Yes,
something.
something does need to change in this direction for Carol and Carolyn. As you say, it's just been scattered heads from them in this direction. Long walk back. It's been good to see pretty reasonable attendance at Burnside over these 2 days of section play, which of course we expect will increase with 2 days of post-section play to come at this headquarters club. There's wonderful food and drink available, and I was very pleased to find a coffee cart in the car park for morning tea. So you'll be well looked after if you come to the Burnside Bowling Club. If you live in the Canterbury region, even if you're not a bowler and you're watching this and thinking, well, this looks like an interesting game, pop along to the Burnside Bowling Club, whose address I should actually have known before I started that spiel, but pop along to the Burnside Bowling Club. The finals days are a sight to behold.
The other thing about popping down there at the moment, Alex, is that you've got other games going on, other sections, men's single sections being played, and so it's not just this one game that we're focused on. You can see there's a game on the rink right next door, in fact, so you can have a wander around and have a look at the various games that are being played.
Yeah, it's worthwhile, and wonderful weather for watching too. And just off the top of my head, I've suddenly remembered that it's 330 Avonhead Road, the Burnside Bowling Club. So put that into Google Maps, and you'll find your way here for bowls, and it's bowls here for the next 6 days. So come along and check it out.
This one counts too, so nice bowl there.
You just remembered the address when someone plonked it down in front of you on a piece of paper, Alex.
It's almost like you're here with me, Dave. That's exactly what happened. Anyone who knows me and addresses, we don't get on, to be fair.
Oh, is this going to stop? Yes.
Great shot.
Yeah, that's a bomb.
Very good bowl.
That just keeps them in the game a little bit. Like dropping another 2 or 3 here would not have been good. But that bowl certainly might start a bit of an extra comeback.
This is a good line here from Chris.
Yeah, down to speed. A little quicker. Not much, but a little bit through. Now, this is an interesting option with the last bowl here. We've one down with the back 4. I wonder whether we can move the jack into the ditch for 4 or 5.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the...
This bowl might change that, though. Because now it's 2 down.
So you're 2 light, and the back of the head... Look at that. All pink bowls.
So I don't know if there's a shot underneath the front bowl trying to get the jack or the bowl, but I think looks like we're just drawing to save.
Yeah, Chris just zoned in on that backhand side. That can happen sometimes, You're just feeling it. You go, well, I've had 2 goes at the shot. I know I can get it with my 3rd one.
A little bit narrow, I feel. Although,
yes, it's just going to run away for her, unfortunately. It was very well weighted.
Could still be 2.
It is, yep, 2 they've signalled.
One the diff all of a sudden.
Every game we've had on the television has been absolutely fantastic, hasn't it?
Brilliant, all right.
Real close.
Here we are, halfway through this game, and we've got a one-shot game going on.
11-12. Both these teams need to win this game to qualify for post-section.
Well, the little mini break that Chris and Kerry had has dried up. They need to refocus and reset and go again. Try and establish another lead.
I can tell you for everyone's information, which we can find on Bowls New Zealand Hub, there are 19 pairs qualifiers so far.
Thank you, Mark, and that's a good point. If you're looking to keep track of the results, the Bowls Hub is the place to go, and you can find that on our Bowls New Zealand social media channels, but also on our website, or even if you just Google Bowls Hub results, the results sit there for all of the events, and that's where the post-section draw will become populated a bit later on this evening once all of the results are back in. And it's a bit of work. We have 18 or 19 different host clubs, and we rely on the results keepers from them to send it back to us, and then we double check that everything's okay and input it, and a list of qualifiers will be sent out first, and then the post-section draw done afterwards. So Bowls Hub's the place to have a look, but I'd have dinner first and then have a nosy and see who's playing who and where. Two great bowls there to start off this end. It's interesting when we talk numbers, Mark, in post-section and the number of games we play post-section. And obviously the sport, we're past the halcyon days of the 70s and 80s when we had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, of clubs and members and stuff, and people had nothing better to do than to play 400 days of bowls. But you play more post-section rounds than you think you would now still, because it's in halves, right? So you lose one round of post-section per half of the field in post-section. So even if you had half the field in post-section play, you'd still play, say, 6 games instead of 7. So there's not that many rounds less than we play in post-section now. I know I'm getting a bit technical and carried away, but I think we sort of overestimate how many rounds used to be played. It's 3 or 4 games more, and that's equal to a few hundred more post-section entries.
Yeah, you're right there, Alex.
I was wondering when I was going to stop talking then, to be honest. I started and couldn't figure out how to make myself make sense, but I think we got there in the end.
Okay, now it's Chris's turn to be under the pump a little bit here. 2 or 3 down on the head. And, more than likely that Carol will add another one to that and just add a little bit more pressure for Chris.
It's a good line with this first bowl. And we'll be sitting with 4.
Looks to be a bit of a tight line. It's not. It's going to finish. That's surprising. It's maybe that breeze is actually just holding them out there on that hand now.
It did look wind impacted, didn't it? Because she took a
pretty narrow line.
Not much green. It's finished right in the centre line. This bowl's racing.
And this one here is flying, unfortunately for Carol. Good home, though.
Just while I'm on results, guys, we've got 83 qualifiers so far in the men's singles.
Thank you.
A little bit narrow here. Needs a lot of luck.
Get it square.
Might be only 2 down. I think it's probably only 2.
Yeah, that could be third shot now, yep.
So draw a toucher for 6 inches, might make 4 or 5 again. This will probably count.
That's a beautiful bowl, isn't it?
Yeah. Lovely bowl, yep.
They're about to hit the lead here.
Yes, this is a very important bowl here from Chris.
Yeah, 12-5 or 12-4 it was. So the game has turned on its head.
She's got a good line. She's got a good line. She's in the area here.
Jack or nothing?
Down to the jack,
Which
is
it?
she? Oh, she got the
She's
jack.
done
and
it.
She might have got.
One down
Might
at
have.
tops.
Well,
It's a
she's
great shot.
That's a great
Could
save,
be.
isn't it? As you say, she's.
That's the shot, I think.
Yeah, it
a
was.
monster.
It was. What a
Yep.
great
It's a
bowl.
monster. Last seen doing cartwheels, I think, on the green. What a great turnaround that was.
Beautiful bowl.
Under pressure.
As you said, Mark, staring down the barrel there of being behind for the first time since the first one or two ends was Chris Kibblewhite, but equal to the challenge. Played a really good shot there.
Yeah, it can happen in bowls. 1 minute with 12-4 up, next minute with 14-12 down. That almost happened. They were one bowl off that actually happening.
Yeah. Yeah, good opener here. And a very good reply. The leads have started this end very well. So a very big pressure bowl, that last end from Chris Kibblewhite, and I quite often get asked about, pressure bowls and the mentality around how to handle an important bowl like that. And one of these things that takes practice. I talk to players a lot about practicing their mental. Well, I ask a group of players, what percentage of our sport is mental versus physical? And normally when you ask that question, the answer comes back, it's 85% mental, 90% mental, and that's generally the figure that comes back, 80 to 100, 80 to 90 odd percent mental, and the rest is physical as we get the slice of hell there. Very unlucky to have trailed that jack back there. But I asked them, so you say it's 80% mental and 20% physical. No, that tends to be the general answer. Then the next question I ask is, okay, how much mental skills training do you do? And they look at me as if I've got 17 heads. They said, what are you talking about? And I said, well, you just told me that it's 80% mental and you don't do any mental skills training. So a very important part of the game. And so then I get the next question was, well, how can you practice mental skills, So, and there are a lot of, I won't go into too many details around it, but there are a lot of things that you can work on around that. And one of the biggest things is my favourite word of process. Just stick to your process, and it takes practice to do.
Oh, that was so close.
Genuine attempt there.
Stayed up on the. Oh, didn't even stay up on the rink.
That was like missed by about a millimetre. We saw a shot like that. We saw a shot like that in the game before, and they played where that happened. Trailed the jack to the back corner.
Unbelievable.
Sorry, Dave.
So,
interrupting with that bowl getting close.
My favourite word of process, where you just, Chris should have just gone through her normal process and keep your head on the mat is another term that I use. So keep your focus on the mat. Control what you can control down the mat end of the rink, and what happens up the other end will take care of itself. So give yourself the best possible chance. Go through your normal pre-shot routine and your process. Get the bowl away as best as you possibly can, and then let the bowling gods take care of it after that. But give it its best chance by you doing everything you can on the mat to make it a good delivery and a good bowl.
Yeah, control the controllable, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Being part of that New Zealand squad, we do have to do a lot of mental skills. So, and if you don't do them, it's not going to help you in the long run. So you've got thinking about that stuff.
Just losing that bowl pass, so played with a bit of conviction there from Carol Dorr.
Yeah, obviously she's looking to play that similar sort of shot that Carolyn played with her last bowl, looking to land the shot bowl or trail the jack.
Well, Dave,
Very
if
good.
she doesn't kill the jack,
That's
she could be 5 down.
Yes, because
Yeah,
that's a very good bowl. That one from Chris. He went right round everything and fell in, and she's drawn another shot.
You know, once again, looking like dropping a number.
I think she's played draw weight with a run shot line here, Carol Dorr.
Yep.
Very easy to do if you're not quite certain when you get on the mat about what shot you want to play. You see that happen a lot, just a mixture. So she's kept the same line she played with the first bowl and probably thought, no, I'll just draw to save before she lets it go, and that's the result.
Yeah, I think you've got to make a decision here with the last bowl. Are we actually drawing or are we actually going to go? So this is one of these critical times in the game. Whatever we're doing with our last bowl, we need to be confident and certain that that's the shot we're playing. This is where we don't want to play a half-hearted shot. So I think Carol definitely needs to be aware of what she's really trying to achieve here.
Oh, she's not wasting any time. So must know in her own head what she wants to play. On her backhand side, 11-13 down. Needs this game to qualify. Down on the head.
So I like the line. It's down to speed now.
Needs it to turn.
Oh, it's just a little quick, isn't it?
Just slightly overplayed.
And now the question is it 3 or just the 2?
2 conceded.
Well, I think.
Well,
Not quite sure how many it was in the end.
2, I think, to Chris and Kerry. So it should be 15-11. Yeah, it is 2 there.
Yep.
Which is not too bad, considering what's happened on. They could have easily dropped 3 or 4 or even worse on that end. So in a way, it's not worked out that bad for them just dropping the 2. They're still within touching distance.
We know they're capable of stringing ends together, Carol and Carolyn. So trailing by 4 on this, the 12th end. 3-hour time limit, so there's plenty of time to get those the 18 ends in. Would be rare for a game to run the full 3 hours. You'd need a lot of kills, I would suggest, or an extremely fast green.
I just feel most of this game, the battle's really been won Kerry off the front. She seems to have dominated more ends than Caroline.
And definitely when they picked up those big numbers, it was as a result of Kerry setting things up from the lead spot for sure.
Yeah, compared to the last game, Caroline didn't play overly that many short ones. She's played a lot of short ones in this game.
Yeah, it just puts you on the back foot, doesn't it, from the start?
Yep, and here's another one that's might not be short, but it's definitely narrow. Got it, and now has the weight right. Could have reversed order and would have been perfect. Put the 2 of them together and I've drawn 2 shots. Instead, I'm standing on the mat 2 down. This is pretty handy unless it's quick. It's a little quick. Yeah, might get the shot with this. Might be a little bit narrow still. Yeah, it's going to run away.
Just going to run through a tad. Yep.
But
Handy
good
enough, though.
second shot. Yep.
What are they talking about here, do we think?
Possibly making a decision on which hand to play, but I think it was pretty obvious which hand to play. But we'll see when she gets down there. To me, it's forehand. So
Correct.
Always dangerous to make statements as a commentator, Dave. Let's see.
No, it's definitely the forehand on the Dave. Forehand is away from the opposing team's bowls, and if you're trailing the jack, it's towards all yours.
You're okay. She's on the forehand.
Yeah.
Thank you. I rest my case.
And as you can see, we're correct looking at the bowls that are down there.
Yeah.
So if the jack gets small trail,
played it pretty well too.
That's really well executed. Yeah, good shot.
So no commentator's curse there.
No, I was just I've been burnt before, so just putting it out there. Dangerous to make statements with conviction sometimes. On the back end anyway, Carol Dorr.
I think I'll make another statement. Carol's chosen the right hand too.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And just through the gap,
close
I think.
Getting second shot here.
That's good. That's a good
second shot.
Lovely speed.
Yeah, if they play the opposite hand to what I'm suggesting, Alex, I'm just normally going to tell everyone they are on the wrong hand. Here you could have swapped. It doesn't actually matter what hand you play here now, I think, though, Dave. Now that you've got 2 seconds against you, let's pick whatever hand you want to play.
She may be blocking the back end. No, maybe.
Yeah, you're right. She could have played either hand there, but
stuck
to the hand that she'd already drawn a shot on.
Yeah, correct. So you stay there. It's common sense. Attacking, I think, here. Attacking bowl. I don't think she's got wide enough for that.
Could get a good result through this pink here. That's a good result for the next one, really.
Yeah, there's 2 bowls out there. So this bowl needs to be between the jack and those 2 bowls. Just to cover those 2 bowls so you don't drop a bad 3, I guess. She's tried to get out there. Might just be a little bit too much. It's not too
heavy,
bad, though.
I think, more than anything.
It's not too bad, though, Dave. It's like, now the jack's got to be played perfect weight. This definitely needs to be up, trying to sit the bowl out. 2 or 3. Yep, and she's certainly attacking. Might be too wide.
Oh,
it's trying to turn.
This is not good. This is not good.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's got it. No, might have got away with it. Might only be still 1 down. Don't know. Just got away with it.
One. Yeah, one there asked.
1. Yep.
But it was looking like we were going to be 2 down. Yeah, just a single. So 5 the difference.
12 ends played.
Still 6 ends. So 6 singles and you win the game, 17-16. So we don't need to panic too much here at the moment if we're behind. We need to start scoring.
Absolutely not.
Bowl, the jack flying into the ditch, so we're going to see the jack delivered to Chris and Kerry's length, and I wonder if we'll see a change-up of some sort. Probably wouldn't. They're up. Oh, no, we're not. We're seeing it to Carolyn. Sorry, so we should see a change, right? They should change the length that they're playing on. This is the direction where they've dropped a 5 and a 4 previously, so I wouldn't have been surprised to see a change, a dramatic change of length here.
I think, Alex, if not a length, a change of hands.
Yes, that works
because
just as well. Yeah.
they've really struggled on the backhand side here, and so I think at some stage you've got to make a decision and get over and try the other hand, and go, I'm just struggling on that side. Let's get out and have a look in case I've been on the wrong hand the whole game. Well, funnily enough, you could play just the other hand once in the last end and go, why didn't I do that an hour ago?
Yeah, exactly.
And here's a great chance now, like no pressure if you miss on the other hand. Just that opportunity to try and have another look. I just feel that she's struggled a little bit on the side, and once again, like the weight's perfect, but the lines, and that's why I'd probably want to have a go at that other side of the rink and just see if it helps me.
Quite often you'll find bowlers get stubborn. I'm going to get this hand. I'm going to get it. I know there's a line there somewhere. I'm going to get it. And in the meantime, your opposition is drawing shots for fun down the other side.
Yeah. Well, I think the key there is, like, if you've not drawn a bowl down a hand, like if you've played maybe 6 bowls down one side of the rink and you haven't put one inside a yardstick, you've played too many. Like for me, if I'm playing, say, the backhand here and I haven't had a bowl on the yardstick after and I played 6 of them, I'm like, I've got to get out on the other side of the rink, and who cares where I go? And that's what
I think also
that's
where skips can have a big say in things too. Maybe Carol needed to say, look, have you thought about trying the other hand? And that's skips can because the stubbornness does enter the equation. I'm going to get this hand, whereas if the skip says, look, come on, get over the other side and have a go over there, I think it's team game after all.
What have you got to lose on the other hand? Like you've struggled on the rink for 8, 9 bowls now. Doesn't matter if you struggle on the other hand. And look, if the other hand's no better, at least you can go back to this side of the rink. I mean, here's another bowl that I think is going to be jack level.
Undergreened.
Unfortunately, yeah, undergreened yet again. And unfortunately, they've just not thought about swapping hands going this direction. So tactically, they've got this wrong.
So just having a look there, Carol and Carolyn. They've trailed by 5, the Red Sticket team. Both of these teams need this game to qualify, so the pressure, if they keep within 3 or 4 points, the pressure's going to mount and mount as we get closer to that 18th end, because it's the difference between playing tomorrow and not playing tomorrow.
And here I'd be tempted to play the forehand, and yep, we've got forehand from Chris. This is definitely not helping the opposition. Just trying to beat 2 narrow bowls that are on the left of our screen. Anything between them and the jack is just about perfect. And this is pretty close to, not quite perfect, but it's down and out that way. Doesn't help the other team.
Or thereabouts.
Yeah, it just doesn't help the opposition. This is a good line if it's got the weight, but I'm not sure this is up. It's a great line.
So disappointed as a player because you've got your line absolutely perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, you draw a front wooder there if you've got the right weight.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how much you bowl on, it's not going to go any further.
No. Yeah, and here Chris is heading to a very good area here this trip, I think. Oh, just about, maybe another couple of feet, but probably counts. Probably holds 3.
Counting though.
Yes, holding 3. So pressure building right now. Still think the line's okay-ish with us.
Needs it to hold.
I don't know it's here. But the line is perfect, Alex. All over it for line.
So now the challenge for Carol, who's played 2 bowls that would have felt like they were a really good line, and both have been short, is you think you don't want to get too stuck in your own head, because we so often would see an overcorrection here. You think, oh,
Yeah,
gee,
this
I've
is
been
where you-
short twice, so you need to trust yourself with the 3rd bowl.
This is where you could run through 1.5 yards,
Yeah.
trying to dead draw, because you need to be up now. This is close to counting.
Beautiful
This
bowl.
is not gonna help the opposition, I don't think. Oh, it might help a little bit. Another one to
Yeah,
land on.
there-ish, but I don't know. Big bowl here.
Big bowl. Yeah. Needs to get at least 2nd shot, I feel. Line is perfect, Alex.
Yeah, she trusted herself.
How's the weight? The weight is close.
This is very close.
The
Look
jack,
at this!
is it?
Look at
Or
this!
The gap.
Oh, that was agonising, wasn't it?
And
She
still
might have made
3
it
down.
4
Oh,
now.
no.
Yeah, at least 3. Yeah, it could be worse. I think it's
Oh.
just 3. 3. I'm going with 3, Dave.
2,
Very
3.
unlucky.
Yeah.
That was a great effort.
Probably just a foot too heavy. You know, a foot less weight, and it doesn't quite run away and drag the jack that far. But it was a really the last one.
It was a fantastic effort, a lovely correction she made, Carol.
I think it is 4. I think you're
think
right,
it's-
Dave. It's looking that way.
It is 4.
Yeah, it's 4.
Yep. 4.
And now the scoreboard is looking really hard now. 9
Lots.
behind,
Yeah.
5 ends to go.
5 ends
In
to
cricket
play,
terms,
yep.
yeah, cricket terms, we say we need 2 and over.
Yeah. Now is
So,
the hour
it's pretty-
for Carol Dorr and Carolyn Boone. They want to be scoring
Yep.
on this end.
They've got to start getting 2s, or they're going to have to start getting bigger numbers if they drop another end. So they've actually got to win these last 5 ends.
We've seen them string together ends before. But now it really needs to happen if they entertain any hope of playing tomorrow.
Yeah, I just think going in that other direction, they've clearly struggled going that way, but they haven't changed hands or the lengths to give themselves a chance. And that's probably what they'll look back at if they realise that actually happened.
Interesting that in the previous match that we watched with Carolyn and Carol, they dropped 1 3 and a couple of 2s. This game they've
Yes.
already dropped 2 4s and a 5.
Mm.
You know, so
Yes. Correct. And if you take those 3 ends away, they're winning comfortably at 11-6.
First bowl passed.
Yeah, this direction has not been a problem though, Alex. It's when we play back, that's where. I mean, and they do have to win this end as well, but it's going back. They've got to make a decision going back what they're going to try.
well, that you did right,
This-
Mark, because that's the direction that they've dropped those 3 big numbers. The 5 and the 2 4s
Yes.
have been going in the other direction. As
Yes.
Kerry Williams absolutely snots it with a ripper of a bowl.
Yeah, going this way, they've been in every end. You know, they've always a score going this direction. So this going this way is not the problem.
No.
And saying that, I'd probably commentators curse. and
Yet,
they'd probably
not
drop
the problem
5,
yet,
yeah.
Mark.
yes. This bowl probably needs to be up as well. So, you know, we've played 2 good ones. The next one, you know, up and pass, it's good. So that's one of those you really want to have back, that last one. Played 2
Yep.
goodies, just get another one passed.
Third bowl on the back end.
How are we looking? Is this close?
Close up.
Just a little
close
bit
up.
narrow. Half a bowl narrow. Yeah, not far away.
Nice and handy, though.
3 bowls. Yeah, 3 bowls out there to move the jack to. If we can get round the front bowl and trail jack a couple of feet, we could make 3.
It'll be a good shot play for Carol, isn't it? You're almost thinking if you're Carol and Carolyn, well, this is the end where we either score a number and kick off our comeback, or we don't score on the end, and then it's a bit of a challenge. Yeah.
Yeah, we're shaking hands and inside, but you're better off to go down fighting than not.
Yeah.
So you don't want to just sit there and cave in.
Where the bowls are placed for Carol and Carolyn, which are past the head, there should be a shot opportunity on with her second or third bowl to sit with the bundle,
Yes.
three or more.
Yeah, the first one you can just overdraw, about a foot through, and if the jack gets in the way, you trail it a foot for 2. And then after that, you'll be drawing to add or change or whatever. So this bowl, it's not bad, but I still don't know that it affects the shot we're trying to play. Only one down. Land the shot bowl or trail the jack back a little bit and just see what we can create.
On the back end.
I like the sort of weight. I am liking the weight that we're playing this at.
Yeah, that's lovely stuff.
Yeah, like if you pick up the jack now on with that sort of weight, you go 4. And we're only 1 down still.
Lovely bowl here. Lovely bowl here.
Oh, that's a good shot.
Worried that we're going to drop 4 if we get the jack. We're getting shots. I know it covers a lick, but I would have been inclined to cover there, Dave.
You're looking to go
Here we go.
pretty close if you're Carol to that front one.
Have we got the weight?
Clear the front one.
A little rub?
Oh,
a
it
little
did
rub?
clear the front one, but it didn't work.
Well, there's
That's
another
a-
one there. So that's 5 out there now. Get hold of the jack. That's 5 shots. They need to try and cover those 4 bowls out there.
Certainly
Desperately
the
need
She's
to
trying
cover.
to. She's trying to. Obviously, she's taken a much wider line.
She's a chance.
She comes between those 2 bowls. She's in
How
a
about
very
this?
good home. Yeah,
Good
very
shot.
good home, and it might even be counting as well.
Yes, correct. So now it's in or out time, as I call it. We're
This
going
is
for a
it,
big
right?
Trail for 4. Big trail for 4, or we're done. That's how I'm
Not
looking
an
at
easy
it.
shot to not an easy shot to play. This one, the trail. That
No, but it's
jack's
not easy to
very
de-draw it
big.
either. She's close.
She's in
close.
the area.
Close.
Oh,
Might get the
Oh,
shot.
beautiful
Just
effort.
the weight. Yeah.
Got
What a
third
mighty
shot.
attempt. Like another yard on that track might have just grabbed that jack and created that 2 or 3 shots they needed.
Looking like a
And-
bit of
and
work now for Carol and Carolyn, isn't
Yeah.
it? 11:22 down.
4
Needed to
ends.
qualify. Yeah,
10 shots on the last 5 ends they've dropped.
some work to do.
It was 12-11.
12-11.
And then 5 ends later it's 22-11.
Another jack,
Throwing
loss
the
of
jack
jack
in the
going
ditch
this
again.
direction. And I do think here Carol and Caroline have to change hands or do something going this way. Something has to change. 14 shots and 3 ends going this way. So, not sure. Maybe some discussion.
So just deciding here. So going to go 2-2 by the looks.
Well, I think the key thing is just swapping hands, Alex, for me. I just think we need to try the other side of the rink in case we go good on it. I'd hate to find out on the last end we swap over there and I draw 3 within 6 inches. I'd be fairly disappointed that I wasn't over there. And that could happen. We'll see if she's going to listen to the commentators and have a crack at the other side.
I just wonder if it's because of the fact that Carolyn favours her backhand. And
Yeah,
that
they
is
can be that
where,
as well.
yeah, and that's where you get yourself in trouble, is, because she's reluctant to give the forehand a try because she favours her backhand, prefers to play the backhand. And I think that's where, when you favour a hand like that as much as she does, then it can get you in trouble,
And that could be the case because clearly we don't know that for sure. But you do have to start thinking that. And once again, unfortunately, she's just not taking the green out on this hand.
Yeah, just feeling like this game is beginning to run away from Carol and Carolyn. They haven't quite played well enough to look like they could score more than multiples of 3 or 4 per end, and it's sort of what they'd need to do. So Kerry and Chris will be feeling pretty comfortable at the moment. They might start to think, well, we could be coming back tomorrow to play some bowls.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, Alex. That and Kerry in particular has set it up good off the front, I feel.
Carolyn here, that's a good result.
Lucky she landed the bowl, but at least she gave it a chance.
Happy when you get it square.
Yeah, I guess that's where, like, if that happens, I definitely try not to clap those ones, unless we were playing for them.
Yeah, you just think, just be happy that you've got a good result and move on.
Yes, correct. Well, here's an opportunity. If Caroline can draw another one now, and instead of being down 2 or 3, be holding 2 or 3 up, makes a big difference. I think it looked wide enough. I'm not 100% sure now, but I did think she was.
No, it's tight.
She's dropping under. So I'm wondering if Carolyn that don't score this end, whether they may consider actually shaking hands as well. Although they are going the opposite direction to where you finish, so they probably would definitely play them back.
Often that's what you say, isn't it? Look, we'll just make sure that we're...
Play them down here.
Play them down where my bowls bag is.
Yeah. And then you get a 5 and go, so maybe we need to play them back.
11:22.
I've seen that happen.
I
We'll
remember a
play
game.
them back. We'll play them back to the bags. The next minute, hello, yeah, we got a 4. Oh, look, we'll have one more end. Oh, we got another 4. Oh, hang on, we're back in this.
I remember a game at the Taranaki Fours where the team was losing by 8 was suggesting carrying the bowls down the green, and the team that was in front said, "No, we'll play them back," and they dropped the 8 to make it make it an extra end. Yes, happened at Taranaki.
I'm sure they'll be thrilled you've brought that up, Mark.
Yes, that was at West End Bowling Club. I only know that because I was playing 2 rinks along from it. I won't mention names. I won't mention any names on who it was.
Oh, go on, be brave.
No,
tell us who it was.
Not going to mention any names.
Do some
I'll
rhyming
keep that
slang.
little
We
story.
can try and figure it out.
I don't need to get 9 phone calls. There was a happy ending to that story. The team that dropped the 8 won the extra end.
Oh, that's okay then. It's not quite so bad.
So there was a happy ending.
Good shot
Happy
there.
ending here for Chris Kibblewhite. What a great bowl that is.
Yeah, that's brilliant. 3 down, draws a shot.
Play
That
through
bowl's
this, she
got to go and
says.
stay. Yeah, that bowl's got to go, and I got to stay for 4. Gets this, make an interesting last couple of bowls. Hopefully we see a bomb here.
Oh, looks on the wide side.
It's a
Needs
front
it to
bowl to look
turn.
off, Alex.
Or needs to get a very good result. Inside half of that front bowl, she actually probably would have come at a pretty good angle.
Yes. Well, dare I say, she's now on Chris playing a bad one.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It looks narrow. Might hang up enough. No. So still a chance to sit this bowl out for 4. One chance. It gets us. It could be game on again.
Very focused. Look.
Doesn't matter what hand, whether it's backhand or forehand, Alex. You just got to get the bowl and you got to stay. So it doesn't matter whether it's a backhand shot or a forehand shot underneath the front bowls. She's choosing a forehand by the looks of this.
Yeah, more luck possible on the forehand, I would suggest. There's bowls you can use.
On its way.
She's very close.
Doesn't look bad. Needs to hold. Needs to hold or kill it. Kill's a good result.
Oh.
It stays in, it's 3.
Did she kill it?
If it's in, they've got 3. Maybe.
Still in.
Oh, 1.
Oh, it's only 1.
It's still a good bowl.
Well,
Still a good shot.
Well, looked like it could have been more than that.
It was exciting for more than a few seconds.
The good news is Carol gave that every chance.
So the score now 10 the difference, and this is the 16th end. So 2 to go after this. So they probably need 3s.
10 shots and 3 ends.
Well, to make it easy, they probably look for a 4 this end, then a 3, and then another 3, and then it's easy peasy.
And then just win the extra end.
Yeah. If you say it fast enough, it sounds really simple.
And it probably could have happened. So yeah, it's a possibility. And that's why we carry on. That's why we carry on playing, Alex.
Yeah, well, we spoke yesterday. We had John Gray on the stream for the singles, and I'm sure he was part of a National Interclub Fours team that scored 16 points in 2 ends. I'm sure he was, and I'm sure it was in Canterbury. So anything can happen in the sport we play. And might I add that they were comfortably down when they scored the 16 points as well.
I'm trying to remember the club it was at.
I'll figure it out. I'll find it out before the end of the national.
I do know what club it was at, but I just can't think of the name of it at the moment. It definitely wasn't at Burnside, that bit I can tell you.
So if you're a supporter of Carol and Carolyn, as we've spoken, 10 points and 2 ends. So you probably want to see them score a 3 or a 4 here to stay on with half a chance. They've got started off with 2 bowls past the head.
Possible, but a very, very hard ask.
Mm.
Especially the way Chris and Kerry are playing. You can see the wind is obviously having some effect now. It's you can see them on the mat, even shorts and hair and things are flapping around in the breeze, and so obviously it's picked up quite significantly, and that does. Wind is the biggest enemy of us for us bowlers. We'd rather play in steady rain and no wind than play in wind. It's just the big enemy of our sport.
Here we go. The lead is chucked 3 past the jack, signed to the skipper. Run the jack in the ditch for me, so we can get 4 or 5.
Well, it's tempting, isn't it? So wait for the bowl to come in from the left to the right.
Yeah, there are 3 bowls past. If you're going to have a crack at getting the number to get back in the game, this is a chance.
Look at this.
And this is going to encourage it more.
Oh, you may as well go jack in the ditch on the forehand.
Correct. On the forehand.
Might as well. You're in or you're out. You're back. You're going towards your bowls bags. So if it doesn't go well, you can pack your bowls up. If it does go well, you can get a 4 and stay in this game. So I think that's right, Mark. I think that's what we're going to see.
Yeah. and you might kill it, which means you'll replay the end, which can't be that bad. But yeah, the 3 bowls past the jack there, as we can see. If I can get the jack to them past the pinks, I'm going to be singing happy.
Absolutely. Let's
I'm
see
not sure
what.
whether-
Desperate times call for desperate measures, and I think it almost is desperate times at the moment. So yes, I think that is an option that definitely look to ram the jack in the ditch, and that one's not going to do it because it's. I think she had a whoopsie with her delivery there. It didn't quite come out how she wanted.
I'll just go past a few Chris and Kerry. So you can see there the head what we're talking about. You can see the 3 dark bowls of Carolyn Boone's past the head, and an outdoor bowls. If you take the jack into the ditch with your bowl, it stays alive. So it's absolutely the shot that will be on.
Yeah, definitely. If this is me for Chris, I'd be trying to get to those back bowls. Don't worry about the jack. Get something near the edge of the ditch. Forget
I
the
think that's
jacks even
definitely
on
what
the
they
rink.
talked about. I think that's
Yeah,
definitely
forget
what
the
they talked
jacks.
about before she left the head.
Yep. Although this doesn't look like it's heading to the back.
No.
Well.
Right, chance to be famous on the forehand. Running the jack in.
Here we go.
Let's go, Carol. See if we can move this jack.
Oh, how much
Well,
weight
let's
she
wait
playing
for
with?
it. If she's got the weight, she's close here. Oh, she's just
Go.
about got the weight. Yeah, this is good. Go on there now.
It's
Now
a good shot. It's
5.
worth 5 now. 5. Jack in the ditch for 5. And you can see there, Kerry Williams going, well, there's a bit of a danger back here. So let's just let's cover that. And wasted no time at all in playing that bowl. Chris Kibblewhite.
Didn't cover it.
I don't think she's covered it. This
No,
is
she's
huge.
still not there.
Well,
She was
what a
trying
chance.
to, but obviously, yeah.
This is
What
such a
a
golden
chance.
opportunity. I mean, it's a tough shot to play, but you may as well. Good luck,
Let's hope we
Carol.
get it.
Very, very,
Yep.
very, very
Let's
tough
go.
shot. But yeah,
What do you think? Chance?
She's
oh,
not.
she's
Will it
not
hold
got
up?
the weight. She's,
I expected to see more weight
Oh,
than
you're
that.
right. Yeah, I agree.
Expected to
It
see
had to
more
be
weight.
quicker.
That'll be the end of that game. To be fair, it's
I think that's almost shake hands
It's
time
off.
now. Definitely, they're back at the.
I think you're right. I think we'll see this be the last bowl of the game.
yep. Been an interesting game. It's always felt like Carol and Carolyn have been. I mean, they've been on the back foot. They've been outplayed by Kerry and Chris, but always a chance of a comeback. You know, they strung a few ends together, and we know what they can do, having seen their first game on the live broadcast today. So always felt like it was a chance, but it's not going to be. We'll just wait for
It
this.
doesn't look like they're shaking hands.
I was just
but
going to say,
I
no
thought-
one's looking particularly handshaky.
I thought it looked like they were 3 down.
I'll wait and
But
see.
I could be wrong.
Technically, if they're
Maybe it's
more than
just 2.
if they're 13 down with 2 to go, they have to shake hands because there's no.
Yes.
That's the end of that. But maybe it's.
So maybe it's just 1.
We'll find out soon enough. Now, thanks, of course, go to the Aotearoa Gaming Trust, the AGT, for their support, generous support of this event. Much appreciated. So we just await the successful measuring. Now, what's happened?
Yeah.
Oh, no,
They're
we're going
gonna-
back for.
they're gonna- yeah.
Oh, 2.
2.
2 to Chris and Kerry.
12 and 2 ends. I know it's mathematically possible, but our bowls are
Oh,
our bags
they're
end.
carrying on.
I
Oh,
think
my word, they're carrying on. Okay.
Rightio. Maybe there's a power play available. I don't recall seeing that in the conditions of play.
Well, I guess it can happen. So
Okay,
can't
well,
knock them for trying.
no,
We can't
fair
knock
enough.
them for having a crack.
But what we would expect to see then, if you're aiming for 2 sixes, is the moment a 6 is no longer on, I would expect
We're
to
trying to
see
kill it.
Carolyn try and kill it. Because it's
Correct.
either 2 sixes or you wouldn't bother playing. So the moment the 6 is impossible, we will see an attempt at kill. And then you either go out in a blaze of glory or you kill it and try again. So let's
Agreed.
stay tuned. So this first bowl here from Kerry Williams. Played very well, very steady. I think you're right, Mark. She's been setting a really good foundation in this game. And Carolyn will want to be passed. You sort of put all your eggs in a basket, then trail it back there. So
I was hoping she might swap hands if she drew a front widow, because that would have entertained me.
you've still got time.
Sure. Yeah, no, not now.
So you're almost automatically looking to kill now, right? Because that bowl's short and you're one down, so it's going to be hard to create a 6 there.
You are correct. You might play and try and push the pink out and stay. That may be a shot to try for now. You know, if you're going to have a crack, you might as well try and play. And that's where I'd probably say now, swap hands, sit the pink and stay for 2. Yeah. But that's if I was trying to create a 6. Because the only way to get the 6 is to move that front bowl or move the pink bowl back level. You cannot create the 6 any other way.
Yeah, a little bit bamboozling, but that's okay. Just a reminder that tomorrow and the day after that, post-section days all around Canterbury, and those draws will be published on Bowl Sub Aotearoa later on this evening. So if you want to watch some bowls, check out Bowl Sub Aotearoa and find your favourite players, provided they've qualified, and you can go and pop down to whichever club they're at and watch the bowls, or tune into the broadcast tomorrow, which is post-section of the Open Disability Peers event. Looking forward to bringing that to you tomorrow, and then the finals day, the day after tomorrow, live from Burnside Bowling Club, where we will see the final of the Open Disability Peers, the final of the Women's Peers, and the final of the Men's Singles.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking we're driving for the kill somehow.
Yeah, definitely. It's got to be killed now. There's no two ways about that. They can't get a 6 there, and it'll be interesting to see whether they actually do try.
Yeah, sometimes you play
If
for
they
the sake
don't,
of playing.
Yeah, if they don't try and kill it, then they might as well shake hands.
So I suppose for Chris, it's just about, you go, well, we're 12 up, 2 to go. We've got a reasonably good head. I would go nowhere near. You put bowls well past or well short. Don't make it easier for them to kill the jack, because that's the only possible shot option available for Carol and Carolyn.
Yes. 3 bowls on the bank, Alex. You can't kill it if I have 3 bowls on the bank.
No, I've seen it. I put 3
we
bowls
all
on
seen-
rank. Yeah.
I can recall playing.
The other thing that they
You
could
don't.
do is Chris could drive one of the black bowls off, and that guarantees that they won't get a 6.
yeah.
That's clever. I like that. I can remember playing a game of indoor bowls with Colin Williams, who's one of our main broadcast person, and he set up a really good head, and I was too scared to go anywhere near it. We had like a perfect 3, so I literally just chucked 3 bowls off the side of the mat, because I didn't think the opposition could get any points off me, and I thought anywhere I go is going to make it worse, and it's a really nice problem to have as a skip.
Skip's dream.
Literally so good, you just throw 3 bowls away.
Yeah.
So Chris just going past.
I just can't see any way we can get anywhere near a 6 here.
Yeah, just try and kill it. Going to need to run a lot if it's looking to be killing the jack here. So I think they've just decided to finish well. Carol Doran. I mean, it's a nice bowl, to be fair. and it'll be great if you were looking for a 3 or a 4 because there's a couple of shot opportunities on. But we are going to see Chris and Kerry qualify for tomorrow.
Disappointing for Carolyn. Carolyn getting right the way through to the very last game and then not quite getting over the line to qualify. Shame for them, but they'll still be pretty happy with their 2 days' work, no doubt.
Right, let's keep our eyes peeled for a handshake. That's it. Yeah, there we go. The handshake's happened. And congratulations to Chris and Kerry, who've made their way through to post-section to be played tomorrow. Thank you very much, Mark and Dave, for joining. Well, for running the commentary, really. Joining's an exaggeration. I was just the continuity man. A couple of opinions thrown in. They're much appreciated. I've enjoyed your company today. A reminder for those watching that if you want to find the results, Bowls Hub Aotearoa is the place to go. You can Google it. You can go to the Bowls New Zealand website. You can check out the social media channels. The post-section draws will be available later on tonight. I'd have dinner first and then have a nosy and see who's playing who and where and when. For the viewership, we are going to be back tomorrow with post-section of the Open Disability Pairs, which I'm looking forward to. So until then, I hope everyone has a wonderful evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.